All right, all right, all right. Give me 1 second, y'all. All right, let's pull this up. Let's get this going. 1 second, 1 second. All right, y'all. ¿Cómo andamos? ¿Cómo andamos? How are we doing? My apologies. First of all, I forgot I had cold brew. So I had to get that going. And then I was putting like the rubber guard wrong. Shout out Eddie Bravo, who's a complete lunatic. So I was getting annoyed. I have a short temper. I don't know if y'all realize this yet. I have a really short temper, especially like with little like intricate like things, like making sure that something's placed in the right manner. Um, it annoys me. I remember I took ceramics one summer, and I mean it was a summer where I was getting like brutal migraines, anyways. But even without the migraines, it would have been a struggle. And yeah, it was just not a good. It was not a good sight as I clean my glasses and suddenly I can't see anything. Appreciate y'all being here. Look, if you had the opportunity to be around loved ones, friends, family, what have you, I hope you took advantage of that. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Um, Not really my style, but I do love that people have that. I sincerely do. That being said, last minute, um, a good friend of mine hit me up. He's an amazing cook, and he's like, "Get over here and get your plate." I was like, "All right." One of the few people in the world that can just hit me up and just be like, just give me a fucking order and be like, "This is a drag," but yeah, I'll show up, and it's always a great time, and especially for his cooking. So went over there, picked up what I thought was gonna be a plate. I got a plate of dessert and a whole ass like container of just everything. So I was like, all right, awesome. And I'm like, I realized that he had like a little Friendsgiving. And then I'm like, why didn't you invite me? Right? Or is it still Friendsgiving if it's on Thanksgiving Day? I don't know. I'm like, why didn't you invite me? He goes, you're not into this shit. Like, stop. Take your food. And I'm like, yep. Love him to death. I love him to death. But he knows me so well. He's like, before you start fucking complaining about something that you didn't even want to be a part of, right? I'm like, the least you can do is invite me. You know what I mean? So that I could politely reject the offer. Uh, but yes, I hope y'all had a great time. I'm trying to pull this up, but it's not loading. Oh well, oh well. Ooh, that would have been bad. 1 second. That would have been bad. Not the worst, but bad. All right, y'all. And I do want to shout out and appreciate. Let me see here. And make sure I get the name of this account right. Um, I'm not as active on Instagram as I should be. I'm not really active on Twitter, but I'm always, unfortunately, scrolling through Twitter. Um, I can admit that. Let me see here, because I really, really appreciate this. Um, what was the name of this account? Hmm. The Black Gaze. Shout out to them. I want to say it's the second time that they pull a clip of mine, and yeah, they caught me tearing up on the last stream on Wednesday. Again, did not expect for that to happen, but I don't know. Like, I'm just not. I wasn't ready for it, but I'm also not with the bullshit. Um. All right, all right. So we should be good here. We should get going. This is gonna be. Look, it's on the title, but at least for myself, I was not surprised. Um, I almost don't see it as a big deal because it's almost irrelevant. I'm getting more comfortable in. First, I never really called people grifters because I didn't necessarily care what they believed in. Uh, but I was always referring to them as opportunists, right? Because they were taking opportunity of people desperate for um, a platform, a voice, political commentary that was outside of the reactionary mainstream media. And all these so-called independent and alt media spaces are still serving the Democratic Party fundamentally. The Majority Report still pushes people to the Democratic Party. Crystal Ball still pushes people to the Democratic Party, whereas Sagar and Jetty pushes people to the Republican Party, despite whatever post-wobbly bullshit that they spew, that they're spewing. Damn, this is really not gonna like. So with that in mind, same thing with TYT. They could rage out against the Democratic Party all they want. They're still going to support it until they make their official pivot. And we're seeing something weird going on with Cenk Uygur and Nick Fuentes. Same difference. But either way, all these people are still pushing people to the Democratic Party, still pushing people to the Republican Party, and they're invested within the system. And then I got more comfortable just recently calling them, counter-insurgent propagandists. Counter-insurgent propagandists, because that is their role, to make sure that no one goes past the Overton window they have set. Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez, Mamdani, soon to be Grand Planner, all these people are put there in order to be the furthest left you can go. Anything beyond them is irrational, is an anarchist, is a accelerationist, all this bullshit. So they're there to misguide people back into the Democratic Party. Kyle Kalinske has been doing that forever, and they'll flap their gums, but they'll still show up to the DNC. They'll still tell people to vote for the lesser of two evil. They are counter-insurgent propagandists through and through. And to the surprise of what should be no one, here we have Hasan Piker admitting that he essentially was working for Homeland Security through the Cicada. And again, I can't even get myself riled up. Like, I want to be like, look at this Fed, this and that, this op. Because whether or not he worked for Homeland Security through Cicada is almost irrelevant to what he actually does through his propaganda. This is someone who voted for Holocaust Harris in California. This is someone who was smearing the Green Party, third parties in general. There's someone who refused to have Clara de la Cruz from the PSL on. Now, we have our criticism of the Green Party. We have our criticism of PSL for sure. But if you're going to play into that game of electoral politics, and you're claiming to be opposed to genocide, why aren't you promoting, platforming these parties that at the very least are saying that if anything, they're against it? It makes absolutely no sense. But it does if you realize that he is a counterinsurgent propagandist who is connected to the DNC through and through. We've heard him cry about how Democratic Party consultants don't listen to him. He wants to be listened to. He wants these people to listen to him. Not for, the improvement of society, not for the progress of socialism, not for any of that. But in order for him to have power, notoriety, and respect, he wants that respect. It's not enough to be a streamer for him. It isn't. Like I've said before, these people are failing up. These people have been given every opportunity, every resource, growing up with rich parents, growing up with educated parents, and they squandered it and became essentially what should be, an avenue for working class people to escape poverty, right? And they're like, nah, let me put on a camera and get on YouTube, get on Twitch, and uh, take up as much space as possible from marginalized people and speak over them at every opportunity. So let's go ahead and hear this. I appreciate y'all being here. If you haven't already, hit the like, hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Friday. The Patreon is moving. I appreciate everyone helping and supporting. For the $5 Patreon supporters, you get access to the Discord. Yesterday, it was a cool little conversation that I jumped into with Colombiano and Froggy, talking about Wretched of the Earth. Like, that made me so fucking happy. That was so cool. Once I'm able to have a little bit more time, we're gonna start, I want to do the monthly documentary watch-alongs. I want to start a weekly book club on there. There's things I want to do once I'm able to find the time that I think will, I don't know, be different. I'm hoping from just the shit talking on liberals. Don't get me wrong. I love this. But also, if I can help foster space where we're actually fucking reading and learning and, having a good time throughout it, even better, even better. So I appreciate all the help and support. Yes, still working on the Grand Platinum video. I just passed the 15-minute mark. So I say, I'm halfway there. I'm halfway there. I'm halfway there. All right, let's get to it. Let's listen to this.
Name a time when you confronted someone or you told someone off. Haas.
So when I was in college, this is more of a confrontation story, but when I was in college, I was working on...
Sorry about that. I hope I didn't get too loud. My apologies there. It sounded super low at first, but let's hear this.
Name a time when you confronted someone or you told someone off. Haas.
So when I was in college, this is more of a confrontation story, but when I was in college, I was working on a program called Cicada with the Department of Homeland Security.
That's it. That's a wrap. That's it. That's a fucking wrap. We'll listen to the rest of this little cute story of his where he's the hero. He's Superman, right? He's an Ubermensch. Of course he's the hero. Of course he showed up all his professors. Of course, we'll get to it. That should be it. Like when Sam Cedar says, I don't think that the Zionist entity should disappear. He calls it Israel, of course. Then you know that he is a Zionist, and whatever he says after explains what type of Zionist he is. The moment you say, I was working with a program that was working for the Homeland Security, that's it. That's a wrap. That should be it. The one thing that I can say that I'm excited for, that I can't wait to see, is the excuses that his, cult is going to come up with. Because here's the issue. It was a reactionary, I'm assuming pro-Zionist, that, brought this back to light. I don't give a fuck who brings it to light. These are his own words. It's not taken out of context. He's given enough time to explain himself, and we're going to hear the rest of it. But he said it himself. I worked for a program that worked for Homeland Security. We know that his father's connected with reactionary government parties back in Turkey. I mean, things get a little too obvious at times. And like I said, there's no need to call him a Fed. There's no need to call him, like some type of psychological, what have you. No, at the end of the day, he's just a counter-insurgent propagandist. That's what he is. That's what his role is, regardless of whether or not he's getting a check, or regardless whether or not he's, on the payroll, whether or not he has a legitimate title. It's irrelevant. That's what he's in pursuit of. That's what he wants. He wants to be taken seriously by the Democratic Party. He is upset that despite, all his bootlicking, that he still won't get into the VIP section for, Zoran Mamdani's after party. That's what he's upset about. It's not enough for him to have Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez and the rest of the so-called squad playing, video games with him. That's not enough. He wants to be in the circle. He wants to be in the circle. And he should be. He definitely should be. For two reasons. One, he should have been, if he would have actually like done his homework and had some respectable level of intelligence with all the access that he has to government, to media, he definitely should have made it there. He couldn't. He's just not. He's not intelligent. I don't know what to tell people. He's not. He's not an intelligent person. You hear him debate. He lost to Christian Walker's son. Or was the kid named Christian Walker? And who's the senior? Anywho, in a debate, not only did he invite him to his home, he listens to a debate about trans rights and, freaks out on his own chat after they call him out for being a horrible debater. And look, becoming an expert debater I don't think is a goal anyone should be after. Becoming a great communicator is what someone should be aiming to achieve. If you are solely focused on becoming a great debater, you're essentially saying, I want to be great at playing chess. I want to know how to set things up to, get my moves and play in order. I really don't care about that. I really don't care about trying to trap people in some fucking live word scramble game. I don't care. I don't care for that. I'd rather us, communicate our ideas as clearly and as direct as possible. And yes, if nobody's mentioned, this was the era. I mean, this guy's, it's all aesthetics. It's all aesthetics, man. It's all aesthetics. Let's see, sweeter than anything. Cicada and its partners are developing the next generation Department of Homeland Security Center of Excellence. Research, technicians, and practitioners, this knowledge transfer is an important part of Cicada's mission. You're looking up their mission statement? Yeah, we'll look that up next. All right, let's start this over. Let's hear his badass story.
Name a time when you confronted someone or you told someone off, Haas.
So when I was in college, this is more of a confrontation story, but when I was in college, I was working on a program called Cicada with the Department of Homeland Security.
Real quick, does he sound, keep in mind, does he sound regretful for working for Cicada through the Department of Homeland Security? Doesn't sound like that to me. He sounds like he's bragging about his time there, right? So again, this was years after working there. He's already at TYT. You would think that he'd be like, oh yeah, I fucked up. I shouldn't have done this. Of course, one of the excuses I'm seeing is it's going to be, he was forced to do this. Was for school, this and that. I'll tell you this. I remember being in a class and they came in, interrupted one of our days, which I hate because you're paying for this shit, right? And they're like, oh yeah, we're going to, work on this program where we're going to be, seeing, how students are using the portals to access, information, to see how we can make it more, all this bullshit. They're going around helping people log in to their accounts that are going to be connected to their main account so they can start, seeing the flow of things. And they're coming around this and that. And I'm already, I'm telling you, I've gotten better, but I'm already upset. I'm already upset because I'm like, you're wasting valuable time. It's not because I'm so fucking desperate to learn, but because if my time in class is going to be interrupted, it better be for something good, not for some fucking bullshit that, your program or your fucking course is working on. I don't care. And so they come around to me. It's like, oh, do you need help? Because he realized that I was not doing shit. And I was like, no, I'm good. He goes, oh yeah, because the way to log into, I'm like, I'm not doing this. And I said it in a very dry way, let's say, very direct way. And he was kind of surprised. And I'm like, I'm not participating in this. Because it wasn't mandatory. It wasn't demanded of me. It was voluntary at the end of the day. They always approach those things as if it's like, oh, you need this for class. No, you fucking don't. Show me in the fucking syllabus where it says I'm going to do this dumb shit. Right? And I think I've always been very direct with all my professors and teachers throughout the years So I can see the director, the professor, you know, look over at us and like just a face of like, that seems about right. Then just back to his paperwork, right? Which is like, look, I understand why you were cool with bringing these people in here. Maybe you were forced by your department. Maybe you're like, fuck it, I got some time to grade papers, whatever, you know. But for me, it's like, get the fuck out of my face. Like, I was thinking, get the fuck out of my face. You're wasting my time. And what I said was, I'm not doing this. I'm not participating in this, right? Because at the same time, I know this individual, it's not their fault either. But I was just so annoyed. But I hate when people try to excuse things as I was obligated, I was forced to do this. No, you weren't. No, you weren't. And guess what? You could always drop out. You could always fail the class. Done it, been there, done that. It's cool. If you have integrity, if you have principles. But these people don't.
When I was in college, this is more of a confrontation story, but when I was in college, I was working on a program called Cicada with the Department of Homeland Security, the Command Control Interoperability Advanced Center of Advanced Data Analysis.
Wow,
and
you have some fancy-ass titles.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, all right. I mean, he's proud of it. Look how he breaks it down. He could just send Cicada and just moved on, but he's like, nah, let me tell you what Cicada stood for.
Interoperability Advanced Center of Advanced Data Analysis.
Wow,
and
you have some fancy-ass titles.
Yeah, I know. It was like a mathematician, like a group of mathematicians, whatever. I'm not going to get too far into it, but I never told my boss, who was also my professor who wanted me to be on the program, that I was actually going to get up and confront kind of him and the team of math professors that are working with the government, that their website sucked, because that was kind of what we were like supposed to be doing. We were doing marketing and communications for that entire program, and I kind of he was very upset, but I had to like get up, and because he was talking about how like their website's fine, whatever, we need to shift our focus to other stuff, and I had to get up and literally be like, no, the website's not fine. And we did end up changing it, so that's good, but he wasn't too fond of that.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
I stood up. I was the sole brave person that stood up and said, no, we could improve our surveillance of students on campus. We could improve Big Brother. We could do it. And I'm the man to call it out. I'm the one. It's like, bro, my God. And you gotta love the fit. This is perfect. This fit is fucking perfect for like what a fucking true, cosplayer he is. I don't respect anyone wearing hats indoors like this. I really don't. Like in a studio. When you have long hair, it's a little bit different. Some days you have, el chongo. Shit gets crazy. But man, this is brutal. I mean, what's worse? Working for Homeland Security or fucking dressing like this? I wouldn't be able to tell you. I really wouldn't be able to tell you. Excuse me, slurped over here. I hope I put this shit on right. If not, it's going to spill all over me. But, oh well. Man. But yes, over here in the Twitch chat, appreciate y'all keeping it alive over there. AD says he used Lenin to justify entryism. That's all I needed to know about his level of education. After that, I walked away from bothering with anything Hasan. Yeah, well, the funny thing is that he essentially, let me know if it's too loud, y'all. Oh, the mic is too loud. He essentially, it's weird because he did what the pedo Vosh did a few years ago for Biden. Now, again, I regrettably voted for Biden the first time after feeling guilty for not voting in the Hillary Trump election. And because I'm first generation and because my family, is very much in the crosshairs of this nativism, xenophobia, I felt guilty. And I was like, all right, cool. I'll vote for Biden. In the next election, I'll vote for Biden. Hopefully AOC can keep up the pressure. She had that photo up in the border, and I'm like, all right, cool. Maybe if she does that during Biden's administration with the amount of popularity that she has as a brown woman, then maybe something will change for the positive. And of course she didn't. Of course, I mean, this is literally her as soon as Biden got elected. You know what I mean? But this is disgusting. Like this right here. At the time, I was like, all right, just, I don't care if it's performative. Just do this under Biden's watch. And maybe, with your support, with the amount of following that you have with the youth, maybe something will change for the positive. And instead, we have her retroactively trying to pretend that the border bill that Biden was proposing, that fucking Lindsey Graham, the Grand Wizard himself, was encouraging his Republican peers to, his Republican colleagues to endorse, that only didn't end up passing because of Trump. It just shows you that these people are fucking soulless creatures. Soulless fucking creatures. So that, and alongside with Dr. Greg Carr, I used to watch a lot of In Class with Dr. Greg Carr and Karen Hunter. I almost subscribed to their, I think it was called like Knowledge program, but it was still like in the beta stage. So I was like, nah, I'm not, I'll just wait and see how it turns out. But that's how much I was like listening to Dr. Carr. And I think you should. I think you should. The amount of knowledge that he has and the way that he's able to like just reach back and pull out a book and just, it's just a beautiful thing to watch. However, it's his conclusions that are the issue. But man, such a waste to have that type of encyclopedic knowledge. Yeah, just, man, if I'm jealous of anything, it's not like Hasan's Millions. It's not invitations to the DNC or Mamdani's party, not the after party, but his party. It's not fucking, you know, the Vanguard cozying up to Crystal Ball and Kyle Kalinske. It's not having connections to the Majority Report like Mike from PA did. I'm jealous of people's knowledge. That's what I want. And thankfully, if you work hard enough and if you dedicate yourself and if you have the commitment and the discipline, you can obtain that. You can, without selling out. So that's a beautiful thing to you know. Joshua, oh, Dr. Carr got you with vote blue no matter who, brainworms. I wouldn't, I mean, I guess you could, you know, I'm cool with people making fun of me for sure. Like I low key fucking love it. That's my love language, is roasting each other. I don't know if I would call it vote blue no matter who, but I guess that's what he was saying. His whole argument was like, hey, think about the smaller courts and who gets to appoint the judges. And maybe it's not going to be you in that courthouse, but it's going to be somebody that looks like you. So think about that. Stop being selfish. And, you know, having family members that have fallen through the cracks, have fallen victim to gang culture and poverty. I feel very lucky. I've lived a life that these fucking Wonder Bread tubes political commentators would not have made it through. But in comparison to my loved ones, I am very, very fortunate, very fucking fortunate, and overall lucky. Just, I think back of some situations, I'm like, oh, I was lucky that I was able to run fast. Sometimes quite literally. So that got to me, that pulled my heartstrings. That's a great fucking approach. For, you know, those of us who are black and brown and have some of that. I mean, it really does play to the survivor's guilt. It plays up to the survivor's guilt for sure, 100%. So thank you for, you know, for that jab there, because I've never really thought of it in the way of manipulating survivor's guilt to vote for the Democratic Party. But that makes sense. So thank you for that. Who was that? Who was that? Joshua, thank you so much for that. And see, this is why talking shit to each other and roasting each other is a beautiful thing, because it makes you self-reflect a little bit, doesn't it? Looking for lights. Thank you so much in the Twitch chat. I appreciate you. I truly appreciate that. I'm just trying to be me, you know what I mean? And I'm glad that it resonates with some of y'all. I'm glad that you know, you're willing to support, whether getting busy in the chat or the Patreon or super chat, whatever it is. I just feel very fucking grateful and appreciative. And if that ever goes away, fucking toss me to the side. You know, if I got a big head, like I'm Mexican. We fucking, one of the perks of collecting CTE is that fucking built for that shit, I guess. All right. There is something that somebody brought up in one of the chats. Yes, AD brought this up. So I don't know if we've been over this. Let's watch this one more time. Let's watch this one more time. Sorry, I got it just to let it sink in case anybody says he didn't work for the fucking for the state apparently.
Confrontation story, but when I was in college, I was working on a program called Cicada with the Department of Homeland Security, the Command Control Interoperability Advanced Center of Advanced Data Analysis.
Wow,
and
you have some fancy ass titles.
Yeah, I know. It was like a mathematician, like a group of mathematicians, whatever. I'm not going to get too far into it, but I never told my boss, who was also my professor who wanted me to be on the program, that I was actually going to get up and confront kind of him.
Wanted me to be in the program. Wanted me to be, my boss, who was my professor, wanted me to be in the program. In other words, it was not a requirement. It was not a demand. It wasn't part of the course to pass it. His professor wanted him in the program. Keep that in mind. All right. So when he starts coming up with excuses, when his call starts lying that no, he was forced to do this, bull fucking shit. And also, these are the same people. These are the same people that accurately call out colonizers who, in the Zionist entity, who do not oppose or object to the mandatory conscription, excuse me. Right? So what I say is you always have to hold yourself to the same standards that you're holding others, or else you're a fucking hypocrite. You always have to hold yourself to the same standards that you're holding for others, or else you're a fucking hypocrite. Now, it's convenient when you're never really going to be in the same situation, for us to be, Monday morning quarterbacks and all this shit. That's always easy. That's always easy. Until I have a platform as large as Hasan, you'll never know whether or not I won't, but I'll become like a fucking dweeb ass LARPer like he is, right? I won't. Look, I'm not going to buy a fucking bust of Lenin. I'm not. I would rather buy, Sideshow has some pretty fucking dope statues, like always, and most of them I can't afford. In fact, there's this dope ass side tangent Storm statue. Storm is one of my fucking favorite X-Men. And which it's kind of lame to say that my favorite X-Men is like Cyclops and Storm, because those are literally like the captains of the team. Anywho, the only reason it's so fucking expensive is because it like lights up. I don't need that from a fucking statue, right? But whatever, it looks dope. But I love this one because it has her white fit. And so I just, there's no way I can afford that. I'm not buying it. It's stupid, right? And now, if they ever come out with one where she has the mohawk and the fucking punk rock look, I'm already in debt. Let's dig the hole deeper. But you're never gonna see a bust of Lenin because I don't need that shit. This fucking flag is because I think it's fucking hilarious. But you're never gonna see me with a bunch of flags because that's what these fucking people obsessed with aesthetics do. It's all about looking the part. And that's where they stop. Oh, man.
And the team of math professors that are working with the government that...
Sorry. Was this Nachal? Again, I prefer the term counter-revolutionary over counterinsurgent. Fred Hampton didn't say I am an insurgent. He said I'm a revolutionary. I hear what you're saying. And I'm not saying you're wrong. What I will say is I don't call myself a revolutionary. I 100% understand and agree with Fred Hampton's self-description of calling himself a revolutionary because he was doing the work. He was doing the work to bring forth that revolution. And that's why the state assassinated him. However, I could see the argument that these individuals here, the Hasan Pikers, the Sam Cedars, the Cal Kalinskis, the Crystal Balls, the Vanguard, all these, discussing white supremacist leftists, I could see that it would be appropriate to call them, counter-revolutionary propagandists. That part I could see 100%. That I could see 100%. But I mean, I think that's just nitpicky on my part. You know what I mean? So, and maybe I'll switch over. I mean, maybe I'll switch over between counterinsurgent propagandists and counter revolutionary propagandists, because I think they both apply. Um, but I just want to make sure to highlight the fact that I do not see myself in any regard, to Fred Hampton. I wouldn't. I think it was utterly opportunistic and despicable of a revolutionary sellout network, Nick Cruz and all of them, who I try to support. I want to be very clear. I try to, I would watch their content because it was, and I say this respectfully because this is the reason why I enjoyed it. It was like, it was a, it was like a dumbed down version. Uh, I just don't like adding fuel to that fire. Um, it was a dumbed down version of Black Liberation Media, but I appreciated it, right? Because it's like, oh, cool, like background noise. Whereas Black Liberation Media is kind of like, I had to fucking take notes. I had to take notes. I had to do homework. I had to screenshot timestamps and shit like that and be like, oh, I gotta go back to that. Oh, another fucking book and article I've never read or heard of that I have to, or else I'm behind, and so I appreciated, Revolutionary Sellout Network for that reason, that I'm like, all right, cool. It's a little bit more chill. It was a lot closer to Wonder Bread Tube than it was to Black Liberation Media, even before the split. So I try to be supportive. Savvy Sav, one of the few, Black women on the online space. And her demeanor, and maybe this is a character she plays, it looks like that from her response to Renee, that she's playing like this sweet caricature, maybe, if we're being honest, a little bit more than nice to skate on. But I try to be supportive. But it's just like, no, like these people are aligning with, I mean, from the jump, from the Jimmy Dore types. And look at the way that they talk to him versus the way they talk to everyone over at Black Liberation Media. Just, it goes to show that they're willing to talk to white people in a more polite, humble, and head down type of manner, which is just really gross. Martin, I used to watch Revolutionary Sellout Network for a while. Dr. Ball even had Nick on a few years back, and Nick threw shade at Black Liberation Media when it was called Black Power Media. Nick made some kind of disparaging remark on BLM, BPM, but I can't remember what it was. It really doesn't matter. It's for me, what highlights it all is that there was a joke made, and it should have just been perceived as a joke, a light jab. And for me, it's like, I don't understand. I really don't understand non-white people, let's put it that way, who don't know how to take a joke. I really don't understand it. I don't, like, how coddled and how protected were you that you can't take a light fucking jab from people that you're cool with? And the only reason why you can't is because you're around either white people too much and it's all about respectability politics and being fake as fuck in front of each other, or the jab hit a little too close. The jab hit a little too close to your heart and you couldn't handle that shit. And so the reaction, I think, spoke volume, because Jimmy Dore has checked all those fools. He's checked all those fools. He's fucking snap his fingers at them, and they all acted accordingly. Again, with the exception of Rome, but Rome's a different bag of fucking, I don't even know. But just, you put a kid in jeopardy like that in a situation, and I don't have any respect for you. I don't give a fuck what type of person you pretend to be. If you put a child in harm's way by not being able to regulate your emotions and control yourself as a grown ass adult, as a man, as a father, no, I don't care if I think you're funny, if I think you bring the right energy. I don't give a fuck. I'm looking at you different from that point on. But I wasn't there, so who knows? But we're talking about this sellout. We're talking about this sellout. And yeah, anti-revolutionary propaganda is fair enough. Is fair enough. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I do remember watching the morning remix show and there was a joke cracked. And I mean, I make jokes all the fucking time. I barely know a lot of these people. And I think it's fair to do. And again, like, go hang out with fucking white, which is what they do. Go hang out with white people if you can't handle a little bit of fucking roasting. If you can't handle that shit, go hang out with white people. You're already doing it, so thank you. Thank you for telling us. Thank you for confirming what we already knew. We already know who you're comfortable with. We already know who you align with. We already know who you're gracious to, who you give the benefit of the doubt to. But not your own. But not your own. You're cool to have a nice, cute conversation with Jake Shields talking about being pro-white. All right. Claudia in the Deculturation live chat, I feel like insurgent works because all colonial documents refer to anti-colonial action as such. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you make a great point because I don't think they really refer to them as revolutionaries, right? I don't think they give them the credit of referring to them as revolutionaries. Can Hasan be called a sellout? Would he have bought in? He was born into it. No admission needed. He was born into it. So let's watch this from. Yeah, I knew I wasn't going to be on the right one. Which, by the way, Mi Historia en Tus Dedos, one of my absolute favorite songs. When I was on Millennials Are Killing Capitalism, and shout out to them, I saw him in the chat earlier, I mentioned Socialism for All, and he did a great job at breaking down this Hasan Piker using Lenin to try and support voting
spontaneous
for. He did 30 minutes. Let's see here. I don't know if I want to see the intro. Just get straight to it because he does a pretty good job at explaining things right off the bat. We'll watch a little bit of this. This was 1 month ago. Socialism for All. I hope you don't mind me covering this. But here we go. Here we go. I think it might be a little too loud. Let me see.
Hey, welcome to Socialism
Yeah, it's a little loud. Let me turn this off.
for All. I'm an anti-revisionist Marxist-Leninist who spent thousands of hours of my life studying communism, offering human-read Marxist audiobooks and commentary to the US left and anyone else who cares to listen. So I've been doing this channel for...
So before I found Socialism for All, I thought about this. I'm like, oh, like, let me work on... let me just read stuff. Like, just get a microphone. I don't need to be on camera. Let me just read books that I enjoy and make it more accessible to people. And the rationale was this will force me to read more consistently. I'm like, cool, and I'll be able to contribute something to people. And then I found Socialism for All. I'm like, cool, I don't have to do that. I need to find a new idea. Yeah, Vote BO, that'd be dope. I mean, I'm down to, to talk to anyone, honestly, that isn't like trying to be a fucking chingon or present himself to be a badass. Like, the only time you'll see me talk about empanada is in person. That would be a good time. Because people change up. People act different in person. And I'm a peaceful guy. I'm a patient man. But things change when you're within arm's reach. The energy changes. I mean, Hasan put bad empanada to heal. So apparently distance doesn't really affect much, I guess.
for about 5.5 years, and if you've been following for a while, you know I don't do as much React content as I used to do. I did kind of a lot in the first couple of years, partly as I myself was separating out politically from what we've termed the SOCDEM gang, the Social Democrats like Humanist Report and Kyle Kalinske and all that kind of stuff. What I learned studying Marxism.
He for sure dislikes the same people that I hate. So that'd be fun to see, like, if I could get him to hate these people a little bit more. But he sounds like a chill individual. So I don't know. I don't know. Clouds, peace. How we doing? How we doing?
Leninism is that while social democrats will claim to improve capitalism or reform it over time, history shows that just never happens. Instead, their more moderate position tends to buy time for capitalism in crisis and functionally contributes both directly and indirectly to the anti-communist bloc, whose purpose is to defend the capitalist order against communist incursion. Now, that's at least the case with the social democratic leadership. The social democratic rank and file, who might be members of social democratic labor unions or who follow some of these people in some capacity, may become communist allies and might be persuaded to support an actually socialist movement under the right circumstances and particularly given the right information. That's where this video, a Hasan reaction video, only my second ever on the channel, comes in, because Hasan has been showing signs of what we call in Marxism opportunism. That is, forming alliances with groups which have fundamentally irreconcilable interests. In the history of Marxism, there's been a lot of this, particularly in the Second International, the Second Socialist International, around the time of World War I, with politicians like Karl Kautsky, who, when push came to shove, endorsed World War I and had workers killing other workers for capitalism, which Lenin, the Bolsheviks, and any other ardent Marxists opposed.
See, like, that's the type of nerdy shit and that you tune in to Socialism for All. You know, the parallels of it all. If you tune into me, it's you hear me talk shit. But, you know, nerds like this, and I say that lovingly, and I hope to be a nerd someday, a true one, right? I feel like I'm a poser nerd right now, but we'll get there. We'll work to nerd them together. And that's not even a deep cut, mind you. That's not a deep cut. But, you know, more often than not, they provide that deeper information that gives us the parallels, the historical parallels, to better understand the situation we're in and the people that we should view as our enemies, right? The machine, the beast, sure, it evolves and adapts, but more often than not, it just provides a new angle or a slightly different approach to a similar response. That's all it is. And so it's when you study that history of revolution, of counter-revolution, it better prepares you to deal with people like Mamdani, to deal with people like Obama, to deal with people like Hasan Piker. And that is a huge benefit for why I need to crack open a book. I mean, it just boils down to that. Or, as you know, Socialism for All, you know, listen to the audio. Listen to the audio. Sometimes, like, I need to stop. Last time I posted some like wonderful fucking jazz album that I hadn't heard before, and people were surprised that I shared that on my Instagram. And I'm like, look, there's enough chaos, you know, within me to where I don't really listen to punk music. I don't really listen to anything like super hardcore. But if I am going to listen to something chaotic, it's going to be something like jazz, because at the very least, I don't have words being thrown at me. Well, I'm not even subscribed on this. I think I'm subscribed in my old, like, personal one. But I'm not subscribed to the channel on this, despite like frequently watching their stuff.
Kautsky was a leader of the German Social Democrats, and there actually would be a German communist uprising in 1918 to 1919, which was crushed with the help of the Kautskyiite Social Democrats. In other words, we would very realistically most likely be living under socialism today, having avoided all the horrors of World War II, the Cold War, everything that followed, had this vein of opportunism been crushed and had not assumed control of the majority of the socialist movement around that time. In other words, opportunism has serious consequences. That just being one example, and I'll link to some relevant videos in the video description if you want to follow up on that. But yeah, we don't do the Democratic Party. The Marxist position in general, and we've been talking about this since the beginning of the channel. In fact, we did a video very similar to this on Vosh 5 years ago in the fall of 2020, when Vosh was trying to cherry pick Marx, Lenin, Engels, and I think Mao quotes in support of voting for Joe Biden. No.
It was bad. Oh, why is this so... Damn. I was not trying to shout. My bad. Yeah, it was really something else. Let me see if I can pull it up. It should be on his channel as well, just so you can see how much of a complete buffoon the pedo Vosh is. It should be where is the one where he's like dressed up in like Joe Biden gear? It's gonna be this one. No, it's gonna be this one. See what I mean? Like a straight nerd. All you see is like a bunch of text. I love it. I fucking love it. Love that shit.
Hey,
Nah, there was a stream where Vosh shows up with like a Biden t-shirt, Biden hat, everything. It was like really fucking gross. Let me see. No, it's not here. Mind you, remember, this guy is a pedo. He enjoys lolly. If you don't know what lolly is, consider yourself fucking lucky. All right.
That's not how we do things, and in fact, we've been covering this over and over again. You have to look at capitalism as a system, not just as a contest within the capitalist political system for the dominance of this or that particular pro-capitalist political faction. All of these, at the end of the day, uphold the capitalist system and do not want to see it dismantled, which is what a socialist wants. We also know that there is only one way to dismantle the capitalist system, that is through socialist revolution. Nothing else has ever worked, nor will it ever work. And even a socialist revolution is no guarantee you're going to make it to communism. There have been multiple socialist revolutions which, for various reasons, still lost the overall class struggle and reverted back to capitalism in one way or another. But all of them have gotten much further in building socialism than have social democrats, who again, mostly have just served the purpose of keeping capitalism alive. Now, as I go through this video and critique Hasan, this is like a 35-minute video, I'm probably not going to get through the whole thing. I will try to explain to you, the Hasan listener who is not a communist, who has not spent thousands of hours of your life studying communism and its criticisms of the shortcomings of social democracy. I'll try to explain all of that to you in detail, and like I said, in the video description, I'll link you to some readings that you can do to deepen your understanding on this topic. Also, while this video will be critical of Hasan, and I know a lot of people get really attached to their favorite streamer, I want to ask you to put that on hold till the end of the video and really think about it, because I recognize that in the Hasan audience, there's a lot of people who have very good politics. In fact, your politics and mine are probably in the same ballpark, and Hasan has done some good advocacy on topics that you and I both care about as being really important. However, Marxism is scientific socialism, and when people get things wrong, there needs to be criticism and self-criticism. So I know a lot of people out there are not even committed Marxists who may be listening to this, but I hope that this video can get you more interested in becoming one and get you excited about moving beyond social democratic, mere reformist politics, and instead looking at capitalism as a system, as a whole, and as a temporary phase in human historical development. But one thing in the struggle to bring that process to its conclusion that we really cannot tolerate is people trying to mislead the masses by distorting the statements of respected Marxist leaders who have made significant contributions to working class politics. I've been doing these readings for years. I know the context that statements were made in, and I'm going to help you understand how Hasan is taking things out of context to support Democratic Party politicians, which is just a dead end for the US working class. The clip in
So, I mean, he gives you straight up like a couple minutes of context in the background, but let's get to the Hasan aspect of it.
clip.
Than whatever pamphlet reading left group that you have with your dumbass friends. That's just the reality. So you have to work within the existing reality instead of sitting around and fantasizing about a spontaneous revolution.
I'm sensing there's going to be a lot of gaslighting, a lot of insults in this video.
Shut up. You are unserious.
The parallels between the disdain Hasan Piker has for his audience and Nick Fuentes has for his audience are uncanny. Uncanny. Let me see here. Actually, let me, because it's Nick Fuentes, so who knows what's going to pop up. On Twitter, you see a lot of this shit where even people that are on the left and critical of Nick Fuentes laugh at like his disdain for his own audience. Let me see here. Whereas like, oh, he hates his audience. Let's see. Let me make sure. Yeah, I don't think I'm not gonna find it. That's unfortunate. And it's always awkward to, even now that likes are private, to like some of this shit, because it's, I mean, the fucking white supremacist is funny, you know? It's like when people deny that Donald Trump is funny. He's fucking funny. I mean, it sucks. It's unfortunate. Um, but I think it's because they're more like true to who they are. So they're able to tap into like some sense of like comedic timing and delivery. Whereas these liberals are pretending to be someone who they aren't. So it's a lot harder to tap into a comedic tone or delivery or just space when you're playing a character, right? Because comedy is very organic and is very true to you, right? It's usually amped up, but it's very true to you, to the way that you think, or better yet, the knowledge that you have. And when you're playing a character, the way that most liberal political commentators or liberal politicians are, because they're not real, they really can't tap into that sense of humor. Whereas reactionaries, they believe what they truly believe what they're preaching. Most of them, the vast majority of them. So they can't be a little bit more kind of relaxed and try to be funny, or at least outrageous. Also, part of that is how stupid they fucking are, how stupid the things they're saying are, which makes it funny, right? Most of the time, 99% of the time, we're laughing at them, not with them. Let's see. Hates his audience, maybe? I don't know. This will be the last shot here. Yeah, no, there's just oh, you know what? Education. This one. Somebody in his audience said, I'm gonna homeschool my kids. What should I teach my kid, or what is and this fool goes off on him being like, are you like fucking stupid? Like, I don't know, maybe math would be beneficial, history would be beneficial. Like, why the fuck are you asking me what to teach your kid? But I'm not seeing it pop up. But the way that he talks to his chat is very similar to the way that Hasan Piker talks to his. Like, they both detest their own audience. They both detest their own supporters. And you see it when Hasan is like arguing and fighting with, oh yeah, here it is. Okay. When they're critical of his positions, and they turn out to be like 5-year subscribers, paying members, and he hates them. He despises them. He's like, why do I need haters when I got people like this in my own community, this and that? And I'm like, people like what? People trying to hold you accountable? A multimillionaire with the largest, political platform on the left? Ooh, boo hoo, boo fucking who. So here we go. Found it. Let me see. But when you look at the way that Nick Fuentes talks to his audience and supporters, you see the parallels with him and Hasan.
Has sent $25. My wife and I found out we have a third kid on the way. We plan on homeschooling, and as opposed to learning what interests us, we need to study what our kids will learn. What subjects and sources and topics would you want your kids to learn about?
Oh my gosh.
Maddie sent $20. Hey Nick, new fan here. I'm a nursing student and part of the turning.
What, math, idiot, history? What subject should I teach my kids? Hey idiot, what do you think? Holocaust class? What the fuck do you think? Is that really a question? Are you helpless? Are you a helpless numbskull, huh? What is with the nincompoopery? To borrow a phrase from Dinesh D'Souza, hey Nick, what should I teach my kids in homeschool? What the fuck do you think, stupid? What the fuck do you think? First of all, am I an education professional? No. So what special insight? What do you think you should teach your kids? Just name a few. Anybody, shout them out if you can. Science, math, reading, you think some of that'd be good? Okay. How about something like history? Music? What do you think, dumbass? Or what do you think we should be teaching them? Holocaust denial and race science? Seriously. How about the alphabet?
That is especially with the voice, right? Especially with the fucking Alvin and Chipmunk voice. Y'all could, can we be honest and say like that shit's funny? Can we do that? But the difference here is it's accurate, right? It's accurate. He hates his audience because he recognizes that they're fucking idiots. And he hates them for that. He hates them for that. Whereas Hasan Piker knows that some of his audience members are actually trying to be principled, a leftist, socialist, communist. I don't know if he has anarchist viewers or not. The vast majority are rad libs and are happy to stay there. But some of them are on the road to actually, becoming socialist or embracing, scientific socialism. Sorry, the dogs are going crazy. And because of that, they try to hold him accountable, believing that this guy is like legitimate. He isn't. He's another fraud opportunist. And like we're saying, counter-revolutionary propagandist. So with that in mind, when Hasan hates and shits on his audience, it's because they're trying to hold him to a standard, a principled standard. When Nick Fuentes hates on his audience, it's because they're fucking idiots. Let me check something out real quick. Sorry. I'll be right back to this because these dogs are going crazy. It was the FedEx guy. All right. Let's get back to this, though. And if you haven't already, go ahead and subscribe to Socialism for All. Give them a like over there. I'm trying to limit who I subscribe to on my... Well, let's do it. Fuck it. Let's be honest.
If you're letting this guy talk to you like that, let alone paying for the privilege, you've given up. You might as well just give money to Hakeem Jeffries.
Oh, I have the utmost...
Yeah, I think we would have a good conversation, honestly.
Shut up! You are unserious.
If you're letting this guy talk to you like that, let alone paying for the privilege, you've given up. You might as well just give money to Hakeem Jeffries.
Oh, I have the utmost... I have the utmost best possible alternative. It's called moral infallibility.
These are standard ResistBot, Blue Wave account, Blue MAGA zombie cult talking points. That's what happens when you get too close to the Democratic Party. All they have is people yelling at you, talking down to you, insulting your intelligence, insulting your perception of reality for taking a stance against capitalism as a whole and refusing to get sucked into it. The implication here, as he already overtly made in this clip, is that there's nothing beyond capitalist politics. History shows that's not true. And it's true that not every moment in history is a revolutionary moment, but we start preparing for the revolutionary moment in the time before it happens. That means agitating, educating, and organizing, working on what we call the subjective factor, building class consciousness and militancy. What this guy is saying is ultimately aimed at prolonging the system. That is the opposite of what we want. If you don't see that yet, stay with it. Not everybody does see it at first, especially when you've spent your whole life inundated by capitalist propaganda.
And look, that's why I'm a little sympathetic to Hasan. His cultists, his viewers, his members, because especially if you're white, I will say that I'm pretty sure his audience is predominantly white, if not predominantly white and affluent. I could understand why someone like Hasan would appear to be like a legitimate, like, leftist figure, right? I could understand why they would be like, oh, okay, that guy's the real fucking deal. Because everything they've been offered prior to him has been just fucking vanilla liberal bullshit. And now they're getting something with fucking sprinkles on it. And they think it's a game changer. And a lot of these people, it's very evident that they don't fucking read. It's very evident they don't fucking read. Especially they don't read Black revolutionary figures. They don't. They don't. Because the moment you crack open, and I'm always referring to it because one, it's a short read, and two, like it's just packed with so much valuable information in such a streamlined manner. It's not like I'm asking people to read Du Bois' Souls of Black Folks. Like I'm not, you know, like that's a heavy fucking text. When you're asking somebody to read, how long is Sogli Speaks? Like maybe 110 pages, maybe. Yeah, like around there. And you don't even have to read the entirety of it. Just read on the pitfalls of liberalism. Read on the pitfalls of liberalism, and you won't fall for Hasan Piker. You won't fall for the Majority Report. You won't fall for Kyle Kalinske, Crystal Ball, the Vanguard. You won't fall for the Humanist Report. You won't fall for leftist mafia, the Rational National. You won't fall for these fucking disgusting anti-revolutionary, counter-revolutionary propagandists. I'm trying to adopt it. I'm, you know, I'm cool with criticism or suggestions. Oh, shit.
I mean, this is the classic. Left-wing communism and infantile disorder. Should we participate in bourgeois parliaments?
This is a classic. He said, this is a classic. Yes, it is a fucking classic. And for whatever reason, you completely misunderstood or which I think is the more, you know, Occam's razor reason here. One, he hasn't read it, and two, he was just told, hey, you could use this. Vosh used this, you could use this to excuse why you continue supporting the Democratic Party. And this was done on behalf of Grant Plattner. This was done on behalf of Grant Plattner. I'm shocked that he didn't do it for Kamala Harris. I'm astounded that he didn't do it for Kamala Harris. I think it was a little too obvious that she was pro-genocide, so he just voted for her privately and made sure not to platform the PSL, made sure to smear the Green Party. So in other words, he was essentially giving his audience, vote for the Democratic Party or don't vote. But don't do anything that's going to challenge the Democratic Party in any way. Then how funny is it? Oh, this one's a classic. This one's a classic. Was it, damn, son? Where'd you get a hold of this?
I mean, this is the classic. Left-wing communism and infantile disorder. Should we participate in bourgeois parliaments? It is with the utmost contempt and the utmost levity that the German left communists reply to this question in the negative. Their arguments. In the passage quoted above, we read, all reversion to parliamentary forms of struggle, which have become historically and politically obsolete, must be empathetically rejected.
Emphatically. It means with emphasis.
This is said with ridiculous pretentious.
I can't read for shit. So I'm not even, you know what I mean? Socialism for all can do that stuff. Real nerd shit. I can't. I'm like, I fucked that word up too.
And is patently wrong. Reversion to parliamentarism, forsooth. Perhaps there is already a Soviet Republican Germany. It does not look like it. How, then, can one speak of reversion? It is not an empty phrase. Parliamentarism has become historically obsolete. That is true in the propaganda sense. However, everybody knows that this is still a far cry from overcoming it in practice. Capitalism could have been declared, and with full justice, to be historically obsolete many decades ago. But that does not all remove the need for a very long and very persistent struggle on the basis of capitalism. Parliamentarism is historically obsolete from the standpoint of world history, i.e. the era of bourgeois parliamentarism is over and the era of proletarian dictatorship has begun. That is incontestable, but world history is counted in decades. 10 or 20 years earlier or later, 10 or 20 years earlier or later makes no difference when measured with the yardstick of world history. From the standpoint of world history, it is a trifle that cannot be considered even approximately. But for that very reason, it is a glaring theoretical error to apply the yardstick of world history to practical politics.
Okay, so far he is just reading from left-wing communism. We have it on the channel. I'll link to it in the video description. What Lenin is saying in that passage is he's criticizing those particular communists who are saying that struggling within bourgeois parliaments is of no use whatsoever and shouldn't ever be done. The Marxist position, on the other hand, is that communists should run in bourgeois parliaments with particular caveats, like you don't want to be part of a war government. Like there may be certain conditions where you wouldn't want to do that. But in general, you do want communist parties to run in bourgeois elections, to agitate, to take a head count, basically to advertise the party and see how many people it's attracting. We've done a lot of videos on this in the last year on electoralism, etc. And it's even arguable that in the United States today, there might be some valid reasons not to run. For example, it might just give people the wrong idea that we're going to, take over over the capitalist government and do socialism that way. Also that the elections, a lot of people don't even vote, so is it even an accurate head count? And there may be more relatable ways to get into people's lives, so it might not even be effective advertising anymore. But what Lenin was saying is in fact the default Marxist position on elections from Marx and Engels up to this day. And if there are deviations from that, they are the exception. But you're not necessarily even running to win. And if you do win, you got to be really careful about the actions that you do within the capitalist government, that you don't end up giving legitimacy to the capitalist government. And there's a lot even Lenin wrote about the group of Bolsheviks who got elected to the Russian parliament. And the Comintern, when that was set up, also had guidelines for the parliamentary group of whatever communist party was a member party. But I'm not saying that Hasan is wrong because there's some exemption that, this doesn't apply to the United States. There is a major thing, which if he was a Marxist, he would know, and this was also the downfall of Vosh when he was trying to invoke Mao to get you to vote for Joe Biden, is that the entire premise is that you're running in your own party, not in a capitalist party. You're not tailing bourgeois politics, as we say. So, in other words, this isn't to do politics in support of the Democratic Party. Political parties, after all, are the concentrated perspective and representative body of a class.
So, and I got to jump in here every now and then, even if I also, I've listened to this, it's a little embarrassing, but when I'm just bored and need some background noise, I will throw on things like Socialism for All, take down all these people, right? Just to remind myself, all right, there's somebody out there doing it the right way. So I can just do it, the petty way. And I do everything the petty way. Yes, 100%. You realize how absolutely either stupid or what a complete opportunist Hasan Piker really is. Because the entire premise here is doing it, if you are going to engage with electoral politics, doing it with a vanguard party, not with one of the imperialist parties, right? But here's the thing, and I don't know where Socialism for All's position is on this, so it would be interesting to ask him. It still wouldn't work here. It still wouldn't work here because that would be normalizing or accepting this government as legitimate despite it being a settler colonial project. And so when you're looking at a lot of this communist history in Europe and in Russia, the issue becomes these aren't settler colonial governments in the way that we see them here, right? How much legitimacy do you give them by having a vanguard party and still choosing to run in political elections, right? Unless you're making sure that your main point is that the primary contradiction is settler colonialism. You're not going to be honest with the masses if you're not advocating for the end of the settler colonial project. So if that's what you're advocating for, why run in their elections, where I could see wanting, a different form of government instead of the complete dismantling of settler colonialism, is wanting a different form of government, in Europe, if that makes sense. I'm probably not explaining that as clearly as I need to be, but I do think there's a difference between the way that you interact and work within a quote unquote legitimate government, broadly speaking, versus a settler colonial project. I think that is a big difference that isn't recognized or acknowledged because of settler realism. And I would love to hear what Socialism for All has to say about that. Because I could be wrong. You'd be like, no, either way, a vanguard party participating in electoral elections within a settler colonial project or it's weird to call it let's say a non-invasive form of government in terms of invasive species would be the same, because you're not legitimizing either. They just are and they exist. You're just trying to provide the masses with the appropriate information and using that platform and that avenue of politics to bring that forward and to make it more popular, noticeable, to make it more prominent, or at least be in a position where people can't ignore it or they're forced to hear about it. So I could see that argument being made, but I still fundamentally think that there's a distinction between a settler colonial project and those that aren't. While they both may be oppressive, it's a completely different structure. One of the things that I'm working on with the Grant Plattner video is this constant pursuit of the greater good, or for the majority. There's a reason why settler colonial projects, one of the main objectives is to displace and replace and to exterminate the indigenous population, so that you, the invasive species, can become the prominent and dominant in the majority population. And then you can grant the indigenous population that has been reduced in numbers, then you start granting them some rights, because then it won't matter. They don't have enough numbers. They don't have enough people to make a difference. All right. So when they achieve that, then you start seeing the so-called progress, right? And then you start seeing civil rights being pushed forward, because they don't really have to worry about it, and they could always pull it back whenever they need to, because they are the majority. They've achieved that. David Barnes, who would you recommend for theory? I always say Hasan. Basic Principles Marxism Leninism is my go-to, and something that I reread a lot, because it's so, like, I understand it, right? I'm sure there's like thicker, more more dense, I should say, text that other nerdier people can recommend to you. The reason why I recommend Hasan, and the reason why I do recommend Stalin, is because as someone who struggles with this stuff, to me, they've been so accessible in breaking things down and making it simple. And it makes sense understanding where they come from. You know, Hasan being Filipino and writing that in prison, and Stalin, you know, coming from the from the mud. When they write, I don't know, I understand it. But I'm sure there's better suggestions as well.
So this is all premised on having a separate Communist Party and not working within a capitalist political party like the Democratic Party, which is owned by the 1%. I don't know if he ever is going to connect that in here, but let's continue.
Is parliamentarianism politically obsolete? That is quite a different matter. If that were true, the position of the left, but it is proved by a most searching analysis, and the lefts do not even know how to approach the matter. In the thesis on parliamentarism published in the Bulletin of the Provisional Bureau of the Amsterdam of the Communist International, number 1, February 1920, and obviously expressing the Dutch left or left Dutch strivings, the analysis, as we shall see, is hopelessly poor. In the first place, contrary to the opinion of such outstanding political leaders as Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht, the German lefts, as we know, considered parliamentarism politically obsolete even in January 1919. We know that the lefts were mistaken. This fact alone utterly destroys, at a single stroke, the proposition that parliamentarism is politically obsolete. It is for the lefts to prove why their error, indisputable at times, is no longer an error. They do not and cannot produce even a shred of proof. A political party's attitude towards its own mistakes is one of the most important and surest ways of judging how earnest the party is and how it fulfills in practice the obligations towards its class and the working people. Frankly, acknowledging a mistake, ascertaining the reasons for it, analyzing the conditions that have led up to it, and thrashing out the means of its rectification, that is the hallmark of a serious party. That is how it should perform its duties and how it should educate and train its class, and then the masses. By failing to fulfill this duty and give the utmost attention and consideration to the study of their patent error, the lefts in Germany and in Holland have proved that they are not a party of a class, but a circle, not a party of the masses, but a group of intellectualists and of a few workers who ape the worst features of intellectualism.
So again, pausing, the joke's on him and he doesn't even know it yet, because although he hasn't stated it in this...
Okay, but that's my question. Are we being too gracious? Are we being too, maybe even naive to say that Hasan doesn't know this? I mean, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he really is that fucking stupid. However, I would rather give someone the benefit and say, no, you know better. You know better. I don't want to remove agency from you, especially from white men like Hasan. It's so easy and so common to, participate in that perpetual infantilization of white men, where it's like, they don't even know what they're doing. No, more often than not, they're quite aware of what they're doing. They play stupid, but it just reminds me of, there's a reason why George W. Bush play that character. I'm sure, and it's sick to say, but I mean, you know, they're people nonetheless. I'm sure he's a goofball. I'm sure, you know, he has his fucking, you know, dumb moments, airhead moments, what have you. But he was quite aware what was happening. He was playing up that character to be more relatable and to face less criticism, and for the excuse being he's just inept. Fucking bullshit. I hate the idea, although it was a great movie, and shit, maybe we should add that to the list of movies that we should watch on the Discord. Vice, because, I mean, Christian Bale, I mean, doesn't get better than that, right? I mean, for sure, Christian Bale has to be like top 5, you know, actors that are alive today. And I have heavy criticism of Nolan's Batman, but even without looking at the Batman, the Dark Knight trilogy, even then is just amazing performance. I hate that we didn't get a sequel or some type of because technically we got sequels, but a follow-up to Terminator Salvation. He was amazing in that. Anywho, I hate this idea that's pushed that like Dick Cheney was just like super fucking intelligent and just outmaneuvering George W. Bush. I don't think that was, I think he was like part of it. Like he was just like, yeah, run this shit, do what you gotta do. I don't give a fuck. But this idea there was some type of like, you know, push and pull and this tug of war for power, I think it's utter fucking bullshit. I think it's utter fucking bullshit. I think it was just kind of like, we're all in this shit together. We all have like slightly different ideas of how to gain power and control. And because he was a fucking rich kid, son of the CIA fucking, the head of the CIA, I don't think he really cared enough to fight for a lot of these things, to push his agenda or to, you know, be taken as the fucking, as the president, as the head of the table. I think he was just kind of like, yeah, I don't care enough. But it's just super fucking annoying that this idea that these individuals are just too stupid to know better, that it continues to be pushed forward, because they know better. Hasan Piker, you know, went to college, got his bachelor's degree, got, I think he graduated with honors or some shit like that. Could he have cheated? Sure. But again, there's no point of going that direction or reaching for that. I'd rather be like, no, these are intelligent people and they know exactly what they're doing and why they're doing it. And so let's not remove that agency. Let's not remove that intelligence from them. Let's not infantilize them and hold them to the standards that we hold each other to. Right? When we talk about vendidos and sellouts, we hold them to the same fucking standards. We're not like Jennifer Welch. We're not like these white people who get giddy like Cal Kalinske. Oh, you're a marginalized person and you're a sellout, right? You're a comprador for the rabid reactionaries. Cool. Now I can let out my anti-blackness, my misogyny, my transphobia out on you. Right? And it's like, no, we're fucking fair across the board. If we are disgusted with vendidos and compradors, we should be disgusted with white people as well. We don't give them, you know, an easier fucking way. We don't lower the bar for them. We have to hold all these fucking people to the same fucking standards. A sellout is a fucking sellout.
Clip so far is that Hasan's whole effort here is to rally people behind the Democratic Party. Now, think about the passage he just read there. Lenin is criticizing the German ultralefts, that's what he really means when he puts left in quotes, for not frankly acknowledging a mistake, ascertaining the reasons for it, analyzing the conditions that have led up to it, and thrashing out the means of its rectification or setting it straight. Lenin says that is the hallmark of a serious party, that's how it should perform its duties, and how it should educate and train its class and then the masses. Again, the error, Lenin says, is that the ultralefts have renounced parliamentary struggle. Not that they have quit participating in a bourgeois political party. In fact, Lenin is referring to them as a would-be party that has a class attached to it. Well, what's the Democratic Party's class? If you think it's the working class, you are way behind. Really need to get caught up. The Democratic Party fundamentally is owned by and works for the 1%. They're a genocidal imperialist political party. Let's continue the quote. By failing to fulfill this duty and give the utmost attention and consideration to the study of their patent error, the pseudo-lefts or ultra-lefts in Germany and in Holland have proved that they are not a party of a class, but a circle. So like just sort of an intellectual group, not a party of the masses, but a group of intellectualists and of a few workers who ape the worst features of intellectualism. Intellectualism here being referred to as a petty bourgeois trend, which again in Lenin's writings is often linked to ultra-left errors such as individualist adventurism, or would-be ultra-revolutionary sounding activity, which is actually divorced from mass activity and mass consciousness. So that's Lenin's criticism of the German ultra-left. Basically that they are just climbing up their own asshole and in fact retreating from the agitation, education, and organizing work that they need to be doing, connecting with the masses, etc., using every platform in the society that can be used for that effectively. But again, that's what a proletarian party does. That's what a revolutionary socialist party does. Does that apply to the Democratic Party? No. They are, in fact, our class enemy. And if you want to hear Lenin's criticisms of working with them, go read his writings on opportunism. Again, I'll link some in the video description. Basically, he blamed opportunism.
So real quick, this is why it's beneficial to either, preferably to do the reading yourself, but if not, do it alongside with these more educational, I say nerdy just to be playful here, platforms and outlets like this. I used to do it a lot with Revolutionary Left Radio and Guerrilla History, to use that to read alongside, different texts and get a better understanding, or at the very least, get a different perception that I didn't have, right? So it's beneficial when you can't, because this should always be the standard is get in a fucking reading group. Get in a fucking reading group. Even if it's your first time collectively all engaging with the text, just fucking go for it, because you're all gonna have questions, and maybe no one in that group is gonna have the right answer. But I do think that there's something reaffirming, or something like that just brings forth that commitment, and where when you're in community like that, when you're in a shared space of saying like, oh, we're all lost here, but we're all trying to push forward to, better ourselves as socialists or communists or even anarchists, right? So being like, oh, fuck, we all don't know. Let's look it up. Let's find out together, right? I think that's so fucking beneficial. And it's a different way of how we were educated. We have the expectations that one individual, or maybe two, if there's a TA, have all the answers. When you're in these spaces where it's more of an even playing field, sometimes nobody in the room has the answer. And then it's the collective work of trying to go and find it, right? So I think that should always be your primary focus, is to find in-person reading groups or online reading groups. I had to kind of drop out of some because they're a little too white, I'm not gonna lie. And I hate people that like, I shouldn't be rude, I shouldn't be mean. I don't particularly like being in reading groups where people treat the text in such a dramatic format. I was in a reading group that involved Richard of the Earth, and I questioned something that Fanon wrote. And the idea of I think this was a while ago, but I think I was questioning whether violence was not organic, was part of culture, or it was just a forced aspect of culture that people like had to adopt out of necessity. But once you remove like a colonial force or that threat of violence, then they stop being violent. I don't know, something along those lines. But I was questioning it, where I'm like, no, I think that like violence could be an organic part of a culture, right? And so I raised that question, and the response I got was, well, no, see, in this sentence, in this page, he says it isn't. And I'm like, I didn't say anything, because again, I don't really like arguing with white people, especially when that is your answer to something that yeah, no fucking shit, we just read it. Like we were all here, we read that. I know what he said. I'm questioning what he said, because believe it or not, like, just because you write a book doesn't mean that you're correct in everything that you're saying. Now, I was more than open to say, no, you're wrong because of this other, and actually hear an explanation. But when you immediately go, no, you're wrong because look at this sentence. When we just looked at that fucking sentence, to me, it comes off as lazy and low-key disrespectful. You're being lazy because you're not communicating your understanding of the text, and you're not helping me out understand it because maybe I'm missing something. And two, it's disrespectful because, like, yeah, motherfucker, I was here when we read it. You think I'm fucking illiterate? Like, what's going on here? That's why I'm asking the question, because I read that. I'm sorry. But in those spaces, I just rather be quiet and be like, okay, cool. Because like, if that is your approach, if that's how you're addressing somebody questioning the text, it's just to point back to the text without adding anything to it. We just have different communication styles. That's what I chalk it up to. I think I've become less patient in intellectual spaces. Let's put it that way. I've become less patient in intellectual spaces, especially from people that are more intelligent and well-read than I am. Because at that point, to me, it comes off more as ego. Because I think you need to remain humble when engaging with questions like that. Especially like when you're in these reading groups, you should all be vulnerable and trusting of each other enough to sound stupid. Let's put it that way. There are such things as stupid questions, but guess what? They should still be answered in a humble and compassionate manner, right? Sorry, should need to let shit go, huh? Yes, Saturn Vista, I hate shit like that. The point is to actually discuss the ideas and not just recite them. And it's like, it becomes book worship. And I'm like, why are we here then? Why are we in a fucking reading group then? It's just fucking be like monks and recite every fucking word without question and without, trying to dive deeper into this shit. And so that's why it's kind of like, I can't be in majority white reading groups. I just can't do it. Yeah, Lynn Sachs, that's how they read the Bible. Exactly. I'm like, what the fuck are we doing here? I'm open to being wrong. Like, please tell me what I'm missing. That's why I'm asking. I'm not telling, I'm asking. All right.
Opportunism for the collapse of the Second Socialist International. It's an opportunist position that Hasan is pushing. Let's continue.
Second, in the same pamphlet of the Frankfurt Group of Lefts, which we have already cited in detail, we read, the millions of workers who still follow the policy of the center, the Catholic Center Party, are counter-revolutionary. The rural proletarians provide the legions of counter-revolutionary troops. Everything goes to show that this statement is far too sweeping and exaggerated. There was another guy, for the record, that also...
And just to clarify, the majority of the group was fucking cool. Don't get me wrong. And look, it was online. We meet once a week. I did notice that when it was predominantly femme people in the reading group, because it was always different who would show up. There was a more openness to ask questions, which I probably goes to the male ego. I don't know. Maybe it's supposedly the same reason that women are better at supposedly like archery is because like they're more relaxed and whereas men try to like force this shit. I don't know. Maybe it's just gendered, speculation here and just enforcing the binary. But man, I just gave off that vibe. I'm like, it was very, very noticeable.
Also had an intellectual slant that decided that the peasant class would never play a formative role in any sort of revolution and would unironically be counter-revolutionary. He spent the rest of his days in Mexico, okay? The notion that you cannot win over the masses is antithetical to a mass line developing. The notion that you would assume that you cannot win people over, enough people over to your side.
Okay, but our side is our side. It's not the Democratic Party. That's our enemy. That's the enemy's side. If you're trying to win people over to the Democratic Party, you are in fact helping the enemy. Why? The Democratic Party does not have internal democracy. You cannot really uphold a socialist platform from within that party. Now, what's getting passed off as a social...
Literally, the Democratic Party said, we are a private organization. We could do whatever the fuck we want. Let me see if I can find the article real quick. DNC private can elect or some shit like that. Independent Voter News. I've never heard of this outlet before. DNC to court. We are a private corporation with no obligation to follow our rules. Entryism to this fucking shit. Entryism to justice. Just us, all right? Update: the federal judge dismissed the DNC lawsuit on August 28th. The court recognized that the DNC treated voters unfairly, but ruled that the DNC is a private corporation. Therefore, voters cannot protest their rights by turning to the courts. Quote, to the extent plaintiffs wish to air their general grievances with the DNC or its candidate selection process, their redress is through the ballot box, the DNC's internal workings, or their right of free speech, not through judiciary. Rather than reflecting on the consternation everyday voters are having over the conduct of the Democratic presidential primary, the Democratic National Committee is doubling down on the assertion that the primary election belongs to the people who control the party, not the voters. In the transcript for last week's hearing in Welding v. DNC, and Debbie Schultz, released Friday, DNC attorneys assert that the party has every right to favor one candidate or another despite their party rules that say otherwise, because after all, they are a private corporation and they can change the rules if they want. The argument is not without merit. In fact, it is legally sound. It is a legally sound argument that has rarely been overcome in the court of law, where courts are extremely hesitant to get involved in the political thicket. I never heard of thicket before, like thick of it, maybe. A dense group of bushes or trees. Sounds like an old-timey word there. The last time the court rejected the private party rights argument was in 1944, when, despite the Democratic Party's objections, the court held that the party had to let African Americans participate in their primary. Damn. In that case, the court sided with the protections of the 14th Amendment, holding that the exclusion of blacks from the Democratic primary violated their fundamental right to vote at meaningful stages of the election process. In this case, a group of Bernie Sanders supporters filed a class action lawsuit against the DNC and former DNC chair Debbie Wasserman Schultz because they argue they were denied a fair and impartial election and had given money to a campaign on the belief that it was a fair and impartial. I mean, that's their mistake. In other words, the plaintiffs are relying on laws that impose a fiduciary obligation on corporations to protect their shareholders. Interesting angle. And protect against a tortious, tortillas? I want to say tortillas. I'm not even going to lie. Constituting tort. Like tort law? That's interesting. I'm assuming that's what it means. Like
Tortious.
tortious. Oh, like contorting. Interesting. And protect against tortious. Is that what he said? Anyway, conduct like misrepresenting not fundamental right secured by the Constitution, but the Democratic Party's argument remains the same as it did over 70 years ago. From the transcript, the court would have to basically tell the party that it couldn't change a neutrality rule, even though it's a discretionary rule that it didn't need to adopt to begin with. Fuck. Basically saying we're just doing this because we want to appear as impartial. The party could have favored a candidate. I'll put it that way. Maybe that's a better way of answering your Honor's original question. Even if it were true, that's the business of the party and is not, what is it? Jesus, how do you even, where do we start with this one? I mean, justice, right? But
Justiciable.
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 So I want to say ju and then stishable, but it's just justiciable.
Justiciable.
Yeah, fucking okay. If you had a charity where somebody said, hey, I'm going to take this money and use it for a specific purpose, X, and they pocketed it and stole the money, of course that's different. But here, where you have a party saying, we're going to, choose our standard bearer and we're going to follow these general rules of why is there a thing covering this shit, bro? What is this? What is this fucking bar here? I was doing all right with it, but damn, it got worse. Choose our standard bearer and we're going to follow these general rules of the whatever, which are voluntarily deciding we could have, and we would have voluntarily decided that, look, we're going to go into back rooms like they used to and smoke cigars and pick our candidate that way. Oh, they're basically saying like, look, we're just pretending to be democratic over here. We're just pretending to be democratic. But what we could do, and low key kind of already do, is we go back, old school shit, cigar in hand, fucking little, and we're going to choose. And there's nothing you can, do about it. That's all right. As a private organization. I love honesty like that, though. Just say you're doing that. I mean, look, there was no fucking primary for Harris. Who gives a fuck? Move forward with it. Stop pretending that we have, this democratic process. I'd rather they pull away the illusion. Look, we're gonna go into back rooms like they used to and smoke cigars and pick the candidate that way. That's not the way it was done, but they could have. I'm not saying that's what they did, but if they did, they had every right to. Right. And that would have also been their right, and it would drag the court well into party politics, internal party politics, to answer those questions. Leaked DNC emails showed that leaked DNC emails showed that Democratic leaders indeed tried to minimize and undermine Sanders' campaign, despite organizations' bylaws that say DNC officials must be neutral in the primary process. So this is what I'm getting at. It's like, even if entryism could work, even if it could, it would not work within the DNC. Even if entryism would work, it still would not work within the DNC because of shit like this.
Socialist platform is something like Bernie Sanders' platform, the enemy. Why? The Democratic Party does not have internal democracy. You cannot really uphold a socialist platform from within that party. Now, what's getting passed off as a socialist platform is something like Bernie Sanders or AOC or Mamdani. They do not really talk about capitalism as a whole, the need for the end of the profit system of bourgeois private property. They do talk about free buses and free healthcare. As I've said before, in socialism there will be free buses and free healthcare, but socialism is not when free buses and free healthcare. What these people represent is basically the lost liberal wing of the Democratic Party. Since the 80s, the Democratic Party, as a participant in the planning and execution of the rollout of neoliberalism and the destruction of the social safety net, basically that mid-20th century, quote-unquote, golden age of social democracy in the United States, which wasn't that good for a lot of people anyway, also internally has crushed its internal relatively left wing, relative to the rest of the party. So basically what Bernie et al. Represent is a resurgence of like 1960s or 1970s liberalism. It's not socialism, it's not communism, it doesn't call for an end to capitalism, and that's why it's in the Democratic Party. They do rail against neoliberalism, but that's very different from being against capitalism itself. And actual communists want you, the listener, to understand the difference. Yes, there is a fight within the Democratic Party for whether their line is going to be, more Republican aping or whether it's going to bring back free buses. But that's the struggle, and it doesn't have to do with capitalism fundamentally. That's what Lenin was talking about, and that's the movement that we need to build, oriented against capitalism fundamentally. It can be done. Capitalism can be ended, socialism can be built. We can leave all this behind, but not from within the Democratic Party.
Because of whatever background that they have.
So, and here's the thing, Hasan can't claim not to be aware of what the DNC was doing and that they lack democracy internally. And yet he still advocates for them because all these Bernie bros were crying senselessly for years about how the DNC screwed over Bernie. How if it wasn't for the DNC, Bernie would have won, yada, yada. No, Bernie is a fucking spineless coward. Bernie's a fucking sheepdog. That is his role. He would have found a way to fucking snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. He would have found a way. Because he's a fucking coward. He does not want to be Ralph Nader, right? And Ralph Nader ended up fucking kowtowing anyways. So with that in mind, Hasan is quite aware of how the DNC operates internally and that it lacks democracy, and yet he's still pushing this forward. So again, he's not ignorant of this. He's aware of it, and he's still advocating for his audience, the largest left platform, to vote for the Democratic Party. And so, again, this is a counter-revolutionary, this is a counter-insurgent propagandist for the Democratic Party through and through, and he should be treated as such. And what do you do? We're behaving. I see it's getting a little restless, getting a little rowdy in the chat. Look, just from what I see, and I will say this, I always make a distinction between white women and all other femmes, right? There are certain generalizations that make a white woman that I will fucking hold steadfast to for my own safety and well-being. And when it comes to other femmes, I don't hold that same fucking generalization. It's just not fair, and it's not right, and it feeds misogyny. And in fact, I would say that there's some people who purposely go out of their way to lock in and focus on white women, not to combat their role in white supremacy, not to combat their allegiance to white men first and foremost, and wanting equality with them, not with everyone else. Instead, they use it just like Hawkalinsky uses, Caitlyn Jenner to exercise his transphobia, right? Just how Norm Finkelstein used, literally blinking on his name, Van Jones to exercise his anti-blackness, etc. I'm sure there's plenty of examples. When you're in these spaces, especially left spaces, it is very common for men to speak too much, to take up too much space. All right. And so if you have femmes that are trying to create a more even playing field where everyone has a shared, amount of time, an equal amount of time or equitable amount of time, I'm for that. And as a loudmouth with a whole lot of fucking opinions, I mean, we've been here sometimes for 4 or 6 hours. I can fucking talk. I recognize that within myself and make sure that I'm not consuming the conversation and the space. So if there are femmes in these spaces that go out of their way to be a little bit more, and we shouldn't be afraid of the word authoritarian, more authoritarian, to make sure that men in these spaces aren't overstepping, I'm cool with that. In fact, I encourage it. So keep that in mind. But again, I just caught a little bit of it, so I'm not sure what was going on there. But generally speaking, that's my position. Yes, rule with complete authority. But again, like, what spaces are you in, and how are you carrying yourself? And also, I'm biased, homie. I'm Mexican, bro. Like, cabronas are welcome. That's a little bit of the machismo, I love being told what to do. All right.
Have, or whatever worldview that they hold, okay, is antithetical to building any sort of serious movement. It's antithetical to building any sort of solidarity. Okay, this ironically, we've moved beyond talking about Graham Plattner here. Okay, like, I'm just specifically talking about the idea that you cannot exhaust all readily available options, and that you think a revolution will organize spontaneously.
So literally no one I know who has any real voice is saying that. You do get some random confused Twitter accounts that think, hashtag general strike is how you build a general strike. It isn't. You need massive organizing. You need labor unions of a kind that we don't have currently. And you need a party of the proletariat organized correctly around communist principles. So this whole argument he's making about, can you actually reach people who are outside of the current discussion? That has nothing to do with it. Again, he's trying to pull them to the Democratic Party. That's the issue. He just mentioned Graham Plattner. Graham Plattner is a Maine politician running in the Democratic Party. He's basically a prospective member of the squad, and people like Bernie Sanders have come to Plattner's aid in recent weeks as it was revealed that he had a Nazi tattoo, specifically a stylized skull and crossbones tattoo known as a Totenkopf. German for death's head. Yes, it is a Nazi tattoo. He got it somewhere in his many years of military service, most recently working as a mercenary for Blackwater, now known as Constellus, and he claims not to have mentioned it because he didn't know what it meant. But anyway, the point is, we're not talking about rallying people to the left in general, and, tactics and strategies for doing that. We're talking about rallying people to the Democratic Party, which is not on the left. And the question is, should you be doing that at all? And I would say no. The system is breaking down, and we need to rally people away from the Democratic Party. It's a fundamental task of the US left to do that. And Hasan is pointing people in the opposite direction. Another major task, like I said, rebuilding the labor movement. It's absolutely critical. But again, the Democratic Party here is really the point of contention. In my opinion, it is dishonest to get away from that because it is the main point of criticism here. I wonder if we're going to hear Hasan move back onto that topic.
And again, please keep in mind, at least the pedo Vosh had the excuse of like, hey, Biden is going up against Trump. At least you have that excuse. At least you have that fucking excuse. Hasan here is doing this on behalf of Grant Plattner. On behalf of Grant Plattner, a proud Iraq veteran, a proud mercenary in Afghanistan, who has an SS Totenkopf death skull on his chest to honor his military service as a machine gunner. That's why Hasan is pulling out and distorting theory, Lenin, in order to gaslight his audience, to mislead his audience into supporting Grant Plattner, to normalize white supremacists, just outright war criminals in the Democratic Party, as part of, changing the Democratic Party for the better. It's whiteness over everything. Whoa. Woe is me. It's fucking white people. Man.
It is the most idiotic, childlike, infantile, disordered way of thinking of all time.
Okay, again, Hasan does not understand the criticism that Lenin is making in that piece, and so he is invoking that term of ultra-leftism improperly. He is not understanding it, he is misapplying it. And again, it's all to support his opportunism. Another major error. And this is why at this channel, we put the audiobooks in your hands, we help you read them, and if you go to the home tab at the...
And again, go subscribe if you haven't already to Socialism for All. Whatever political disagreements we may have, like he literally just reads to he reads to you. You know what I mean? How sweet of him, of them. I don't know there, but fucking what better lullaby than being Red Theory? You know what I'm saying? So and let's be honest, some of that shit will put you to sleep. But we have to work at becoming better nerds, right? That is the goal. That is the goal.
YouTube and just scroll down a little bit, you'll see a list of recommended reading lists from different parties and other groups that have tried to give you a guide to understanding Marxism-Leninism. Because the more you read and understand it yourself, the less susceptible you're going to be to deceptions. And I don't know if Hasan is doing this on purpose or if he really thinks that he understands it.
Look, the only reason that we're asking ourselves, I don't know if he's doing it on purpose, and I mean this respectfully, homie, is because he plays a dumbass role so well. Like he is, and I said this earlier, like he is stupid, right? Like you see it in his response to criticism. Immediately goes off the rails, gets emotional, right? So I'm not questioning that aspect of it. But I don't think that he's, I'm questioning his intelligence, not his understanding of the context, right? I think he understands exactly what he's doing and why he's doing it. Do I think you have a conversation about theory? No. But can I? Not really. But at least I'm honest about that shit. I'm not pulling up fucking theory to be like, see, I'm correct. I'm not doing that shit. That's not me. That's not my style. Man. But oh yes. You're 100% right. Lenin was very sassy. I'm here for it. Look, these motherfuckers were petty. That's when I had to, one of the reasons why I'm like, fuck it, this is who I am, is because these fools were writing fucking pages talking shit to each other. So, who am I to be above it if they weren't? Now they're doing that at the highest, intellectual approach to it. Don't get me wrong. That's the huge difference. But nonetheless, these were petty motherfuckers. And I'm never going to claim to be better than these individuals. So why should I not be petty myself? You know, if I can't aspire to their intellect, if I can't achieve their material, you know, participation in revolution, at the very least, I can try my darnest to be at least somewhat as petty as they were. Is that not an admirable goal in life? But yes, he's very aware of this. He knows what he's doing. Again, I think that is my one criticism for Socialism for All in this video, is that he's giving too much space for that excuse of like, he hasn't read it enough times, or he needs that explained to him. No, he's using this to protect and cover for a white supremacist in Grant Plattner. He knows exactly what he's fucking doing. Whether or not he understands the theory overall is irrelevant. He's using it in this very moment to push for the normalization of the so-called left to embrace white supremacists, war criminals.
And is just misapplying it, and he will apologize and correct himself. But what I can tell you now is anybody who has studied Marxism-Leninism knows that what he's saying is incorrect. He is misapplying this, and Lenin would be criticizing his opportunism heavily.
And that's what I'm saying, like, me, someone who would never be comfortable enough to be like, yeah, I read and understand theory. No, motherfucker, I need to reread. I remember the first time I read Richard of the Earth. Mind you, I was younger. I was rereading fucking paragraphs. Forget pages, forget chapters. I was rereading paragraphs and like hitting my head because I'm like, I don't understand what he's saying. But guess what? In the third or fourth, the fourth would be like if I only read half of it the third time. A space between the third and the fourth that we call the dwarf. In the the third, fourth reading, when it finally clicked, I was like, oh, thank God I gave myself like thank God I was patient enough with myself to say, hey, take your time, reread it. Clearly this is valuable. Everyone fucking adores this book. Everything you read prior to it that you have understood has, expanded your worldview. Reread it, motherfucker. Reread it. And there's nothing wrong. There's nobody's rushing you. This isn't fucking due. I don't think I was ever assigned Retro of the Earth for a class. So it was just kind of be patient with yourself, be kind with yourself. Like, it's worth it. I know it's frustrating at times to be like, why am I not getting this? Why am I not clicking? Whatever. But fucking these people, it's not that they have to reread it. It's that they're using it for malicious purposes.
And it's not a new style of thinking at all. It is one that left-coms have presented against a successful revolutionary such as Vladimir Lenin.
So are we comparing Graham Plattner to Lenin now? What's happening here?
Have to
I mean, this fool compares himself to Superman. Hasan compares himself to Superman, to Ubermensch. So yeah, I'm not shocked that he's comparing fucking Graham Plattner to Lenin. Hasan's cult compares Hasan to fucking Engels. They compare him to Engels because like Engels was rich. Hasan's rich. There's nothing wrong with that. Meanwhile, Engels was like writing shit. Oh, and guess what? He got off his ass and got fucking busy in between his, trips to his what do you call when you own like a vineyard? There you go. I'm too fucking poor to know the fucking right word. But his own audience, and that's how you know has a cult. These aren't fucking subscribers. These aren't viewers. This is a fucking cult. They're comparing you to fucking Engels. So I'm not shocked that he's programming them to compare fucking Grant Plattner to Lenin. Again, I just, Socialism for All is a better person than me, but he's a little too charitable.
So are we comparing Graham Plattner to Lenin now? What's happening here?
You have to exhaust all options, especially while specifically analyzing the material conditions that currently exist.
All right, so this one I love. This is something AOC did a lot too, sprinkling in the term material conditions, as though that's going to justify wanton opportunism. Be on the lookout for that. This won't be the last time you see it.
In your day and age, and looking at how much class consciousness already exists. The exhausted masses are dispossessed. They are oblivious to their class position in the heart of empire, okay? This is where America was always a capitalist nation. It was a
They love throwing these fucking word salad fucking, I know the words. I know the words. Believe me, I know the words. Listen to me. I know the words. I can put them in a sentence.
proto-capitalist nation before people were like, we're capitalists, okay? With its endless territorial domination, its indigenous genocide.
Can we just talk for a minute about bleeping out words like genocide? That is one of the most dystopian things I can imagine. Don't do that.
I think they do it though because I don't think, from my understanding, it's so weird that he like calls it that himself, the Hasan Piker like clip industrial complex or some shit like that. I don't know. It's gross, but he uses them to clip his stuff. Basically, a workaround editors. I think he has his own editor, but he has like mini, like almost like contract editors where they make money based off whatever they clip themselves. I don't think Hasan gets a cut of their stuff, but it benefits and suits Hasan in the long term more than whatever these unpaid directly clippers are making.
There's a reason why America was so perfectly positioned to be the heart of.
Oh, so I was saying I don't think that Hasan is purposely like editing out or asking people to edit out the word or bleep out the word genocide. I think it's just the clippers are fucking cowards that want to normalize censoring fucking history
of capitalism around the globe, okay? And they seized on that opportunity post World War II. You look at a situation like this, a country like this, and you go, why is there so much towards the left position? And then you fantasize about a revolution spontaneously happening.
Again, no, that is not the position at all. We don't think that there's going to be a spontaneous revolution. It's that people need to organize for it, and they can't organize for it in the Democratic Party. In fact, the Democratic Party will be part of the forces trying to prevent it. Do you get that? It's actually going to be a ton of work, and part of that work is struggling against the false consciousness that the Democratic Party will be promoting at every turn. They'll keep saying, no, we can save the system, and people will be tempted by that. It's much more tempting to think, well, we don't have to go through a really difficult and deadly change in society that's going to shake everything and is going to lead to a lot of short-term severe hardship. But that's the siren song. That's just the system trying to prolong its life and just trying to get another cycle of fascism. Just, one more cycle, bro, trust me. You can get people to the point where they're willing to just bite the bullet and go through whatever really difficult scenario comes up in order to end capitalism. But if you think the Democratic Party is somehow going to be on that side, you are just blatantly wrong. What we do need to be doing is building up independent proletarian political consciousness and an independent proletarian political party guided by Marxism-Leninism, which is Marxism updated to the era of imperialism and proletarian revolutions. There's actually a ton of this video left. I don't know if this gets any better or why you would want to hear 35 minutes of it.
Wow, we got 5 more minutes. I sincerely was not trying to listen to all of it, but I think Socialism for All is very, first of all, great fucking voice. Great fucking voice. So that makes it more enjoyable for sure. And yeah, like his critique is principled and legitimate, and he has the information to, the deep knowledge to provide context of why opportunists like Hasan Piker, counter-revolutionary, insurgent propagandists are full of shit.
But let's go on.
But I think also he tries to make room or give space to, excuses that Hasan Piker and his cult will use, weaponize, and hide behind because he doesn't want to come off too aggressive and turn away the cultists that may be salvageable, right? I understand and I respect that, and I think that is ultimately, I think that is the right way to approach it. I don't fucking do that. I don't have patience for that shit. You're a fucking grown-ass adult, and you're refusing to engage with, I mean, honestly, listen to any speech by a Black Panther, and they will point out the people like Hasan and why we should avoid them and why they're aiding and abetting the U.S. settler colonial empire. And so for me, it's like the fact that you're not willing to even do the most basic thing of stepping outside of these white spaces and white media and knowledge or whatever. I don't care enough to try and like win you over or convince you of anything. I really don't. Like, I'm not trying, again, I'm not trying to steal his audience. I understand there's some people on here that I'd mentioned like, hey, like, yeah, like I used to watch Hasan, this and that. That's cool. That's awesome. I'm not here to take his audience away. I'm not. I'm here to fucking joke around, talk shit with the people that are already fed up with these white, opportunists. That's why I do it. I'm not here to try and convince anyone of anything.
You're stupid. Okay? That's not what it
You're
takes.
right. You're
I want
right.
to hear 35 minutes of it, but let's go on.
You're stupid. Okay? That's not what it takes. And it's never going to happen like that. The only thing that could spontaneously erupt is most likely a counter revolution, which is what we're in the fucking midst of anyway.
Yeah, and how's the Democratic Party doing on fighting that? What's that? They are owned and controlled by people with the fundamentally same class interests as those who run the Republican Party, which in fact is launching not a spontaneous fascist takeover at all, but a meticulously planned one that has been progressively implemented with Democratic Party participation over decades. So again, just yelling at the audience that they're stupid when you are promoting this kind of opportunism, stop it. Get some help.
Wake them up. Everything goes to show that this statement is far too sweeping and exaggerated, but the basic fact set forth here is incontrovertible, and its acknowledgement by the left is particularly clear evidence of their mistake. How can one say parliamentarianism is politically obsolete when millions and legions of proletarians are not only still in favor of parliamentarism in general, but downright counter-revolutionary? It is obvious that parliamentarism in Germany is not yet politically obsolete. This is what I tried to stress yesterday when talking about liberals. Whether you like it or not,
I love the fucking make-believe world that they're in, where they present themselves as not being liberals. Ooh, you're rat libs. Ooh, spicy fucking liberals. Ooh, you're so fucking different. And yet, shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand. Shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand with the liberals. It is crazy, man. It is just... It's so, like, it's such a fucking... And look, it's such a poser thing to do. It's such a poser thing to do. To like pretend that you're like more hardcore than like, stop, bro. Like, you are the same fucking person. You are the same fucking person. Your aesthetics and how you present yourself is really the only fundamental difference. Because at the end of the day, you're still gonna vote for them. At the end of the day, you're still gonna show up for them. At the end of the day, you're still gonna align with them. I don't care how you identify when you're in collaboration with these liberals. It's irrelevant. I don't care how many fucking statues of Lenin and Marx you have behind you.
liberals in the United States of America are a more formative political bloc than whatever pamphlet reading left group that you have with your dumbass friends.
And the best part is, he's talking completely out of ignorance. It's not like he came up in, these organizing spaces, but like leftist fucking reading groups. He wasn't doing that. He was working apparently for fucking Homeland Security through Cicada. What he was doing was he was trying to be a party fucking promoter. What he was doing is he was being a fucking sex tourist. That's what he was doing. That's what he was doing. Mind you, it's not like I have a fucking rich history of organizing or being in these spaces. But when I put the fucking... when I put the joint down, when I stopped fucking being stupid and partying all the time, I tried my best to show up. But you never hear me talking shit about like people who have been doing that work. You don't hear me talking down to them. What am I always doing? Trying to say, hey, I appreciate them, doing the work, even if I ideologically disagree with you. Again, the exception is like white Maoists, because I've unfortunately been, I've been around them enough times to be like, man, I can't fuck with you. I really can't. And, and Walker Sober Gang, I've done the sobriety thing. I think I did it for 2 years. I did the vegan thing for 3 or 4. But I've never been a big drinker to begin with. So like for me to say like I don't drink alcohol doesn't really mean much, because I hardly do to begin with. But if I'm craving a Moscow Mule, if I'm craving a Cadillac Margarita, then I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it because fucking life's too short. The same reason why I stopped being vegan is because I'm like, fuck it. have denied and rejected way too many fucking pozoles in those short 3-4 years to where I can't do it anymore. I appreciate that, Prodigy. That's awesome. That's awesome. I was vegan, bro. I was so fucking skinny, dog. I was so fucking skinny. Like, I look back at some of those and I'm like, ooh, the criticism of vegans looking unhealthy. And maybe we just have a misconception of what healthy should look like, but I definitely had that fucking, like, todo pinche flaco, güey. But yeah. Not anymore. Not anymore. How the fuck do I have a beer belly without really drinking beer? Make it make sense. It's just a Mexican belly.
Yeah, so I'm starting to feel like this guy might not be the biggest ally. Honestly, it's just hitting me like how much people watch Hasan. That's not good. We have some real vitriol in this passage against people who read pamphlets, which I thought that the whole thing of this video was he was reading a pamphlet by Lenin, which I guess is okay if you're just cherry picking quotes out of it for your cool dude streaming thing, but not okay if you actually read the whole thing and put it in context. Also, are communists supposed to do outreach and try to get liberals to understand our position, to build a communist base, etc., or aren't we? And what role does voting for Democrats have in this? I've yet to hear really a direct defense of that. Instead, there's a lot of going on the offense against critics, and it's really unclear to me what the terms are here in the first place, because all he has done is misrepresent the Lenin pamphlet that he is reading passages from, and hasn't been particularly clear. I understand this is a clip, but at least in this passage so far, is not particularly clear about what the aims he wants his audience to follow are. What is it he's promoting? We can understand from outside context that it is Democratic Party progressives, but I have not really heard a direct defense of that in this clip. Instead, he's calling critics stupid or whatever, but yeah, I don't think it's going to work out. Let's continue.
The Twitch chat, looking for lights. Appreciate y'all. Athena James, welcome to the chat. Thank y'all for keeping it alive over there on Twitch. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Looking for lights. Yeah, the Clippers, they don't give a shit about anything other than making money off of this fool. But you know what? I respect it. I respect it. It's a side hustle, maybe. Whatever. Make your money. You're not actually doing content yourself. You're feeding off of a multimillionaire. Fuck it, man. Fuck it. If only they clip more of this fucking bullshit, I'd be grateful.
That's just the reality. So you have to work within the existing reality instead of sitting around and fantasizing about a spontaneous revolution. Shut up.
Again, we started on this clip. This is standard Democratic Party, a better world is not possible stuff. That
100%. And he emphasizes the spontaneous aspect. It's spontaneous. It's spontaneous. Nobody's calling for a spontaneous revolution. No one serious is calling for a spontaneous revolution. It's a fucking straw man. But it's why he can argue with this chat, and he could pick and choose, which chatter he responds to. Those that aren't fucking shaking out of fear because their fucking cult leader is angry at them. He could pick and choose what arguments he could address. But whenever he fucking debates people, motherfucker folds.
is what this is, right down to the misrepresenting the communist position as we think that a spontaneous revolution is just going to happen somehow, when in fact, there will be objective conditions that happen due to the breakdown of capitalism, another 2008-like moment, for example, but our position is actually that we need to work on the subjective factor as much as we can, build the class consciousness, build the organization for when that happens, and struggling against and resisting people getting sucked into the Democratic Party, which is what he's trying to do, with their endless lies about the indefinite sustainability of capitalism. Look at Bidenomics. The entire thing of Joe Biden's we're living in like a dollar crisis now, basically. The inflation is just going and going. It's not at hyperinflation yet, but the cost of living crisis is terrible, and that's the housing crisis. It's everything. It's basic affordability of everything that you need to live. And the Democrats' answer to that was pissing on your head and telling you it's raining. They don't have real solutions to this. And so we need to pull people out of that party, not lead them in. I said it 5 years ago in the Vosh Joe Biden video. They pull you right, you don't pull them left. That's how it works.
And literally, what were we talking about on Wednesday? Imam Jamil Amim. I always butcher names, and my apologies. For the longest, and I'm sure like most of us, and we talked about it being, disrespectful and being honest about it. Just rap brown, and it's such a fucking like, it's such a like, yes, Imam Jamil Al Amim. Such a fucking smooth fucking name. So we try to be more respectful. Again, I brought up the Malcolm X Shabazz. How do you say? Shoot, I'm so bad at this. Help me out, chat. Elha Ajib Shabazz. I know I'm butchering that one. Ilhash Malik El Shabazz. This is a fucking beautiful. Oh, wow. That is absolutely gorgeous. El Haj Malik El Shabazz. But that also like goes so smooth. That is fucking gorgeous right there. Wow. That is stunning. Credit to whoever did that. Wow. I love this so fucking much. I can't stop staring at it. Yeesh. Okay. So shout out again to Socialism for All. Go ahead and hit the like on his channel. Subscribe to his work. It's a good time. And yeah, it's definitely somebody who I would love to speak to and pick their brain apart. I fucking love nerds, man. I love nerds. Like, y'all make it, easier for us. Class clowns to get by. Some of the best conversations I've had are with straight up nerds. So yeah, that'd be cool. Let's see here. What do we have next? Oh, I did want to go over a little bit of what Cicada does. Let me see if I can find the. Let me see if it works now. Hey, it fucking did it. Cool. Awesome. We can cover that. So again, Hasan Pikers went to Rutgers University there. Department of Homeland Security taps Rutgers to combat targeted crowd attacks. And this is from 2021. Obviously graduated before that. But here's an example of what they do. New Center of Excellence will develop threat assessment solutions nationwide. New Brunswick, New Jersey, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security has appointed a consortium of 10 universities, including Rutgers University, New Brunswick, to combat terrorist and criminal attacks on soft targets such as schools, hospitals, shopping malls, and sports stadiums. The Department of Homeland Security Science and Technology Directorate will provide $3.6 million for the first year of a 10-year grant to fund the Center of Excellence for Engineering Secure Environments from Targeted Attacks. The challenge of keeping people safe in soft targets and crowded spaces gets more complicated every day. Fred Roberts, a distinguished professor mathematician at the School of Arts and Science in Rutgers, New Brunswick, who has been director of Cicada, an existing DHS Center of Excellence at Rutgers, since it launched in 2009, and Rutgers' principal investigator for the new center. Quote, "We are excited to take our work to the next level through a new Century Center of Excellence. The new center combines the strength of 3 such DHA centers, including Cicada. Well, researchers in developing science and technology solutions to combat emergent threats to a top priority to DHS is a top priority to DHS. DHS Secretary Alejandro N. Mayorkas said in a statement, the new Center of Excellence will provide improved access to high-quality, university-led research and education resources for the Department of broader Homeland Security enterprise, while at the same time training our nation's next generation of Homeland Security leaders." Hey, Hasan Piker, a Homeland Security leader. We gotta love it. Rutgers School of Engineering will also contribute to the new Center of Excellence as part of the dynamic digital twin for securing smart civic spaces in real-time crowd and attack or scanning for risk assessment and threat mitigation projects. And again, we understand how they manipulate the language of what can be perceived as a threat, terrorist attack, uprisings, in order to increase the surveillance state, which Hasan Piker, while working for Cicada through the Homeland Security, aided and abetted in improving their technology. According to him, he was bragging about it, that if it wasn't for him, their website would be, I don't know, like insufficiently, omnipresent enough? I don't fucking know. He chose not to get into the details of it for a fucking reason, right? But again, this goes back to what year was this that I mentioned? 3.6 million. Distinguished. It launched in 2009. So this, I mean, it's what, like, Jesus, 16 years old? Yeah. Okay. I don't know what year Hasan graduated, but the overlap would be unsurprising. Let's see here. Jai Gong, an associate professor in the School of Engineering Department of the Civil Engineering, will serve as the principal investigator for these digital twin projects, and CEE associate professor Jin will serve as a co-investigator. At the new center, Ruggers and investigators will advance research on real-time threat detection and mitigation, advanced sensing and risk assessment, prediction and deterrence. Woo! Some minority report shit right here. Project tests will be conducted in the living labs at Richard Weeks Hall at Rutgers University, New Brunswick, and a field living lab. Jesus. Data City Smart Mobility Testing Ground, funded by Middlesex County and NJ dot, I guess, utilizing the interconnected digital infrastructure and state-of-the-art high-resolution sensing, computing, and 5G communication technologies. I mean, some fucking spooky ass shit. Yeah, living labs. Yeah, we're fucking rats to them. God damn. And Hasan was behind the keyboard making sure this shit got better. So don't let them say like, oh, it was just Cicada, it wasn't Homeland Security, or he misspoke. Bull fucking shit. This is what he contributed into building. I'm not saying he was fucking head honcho over there, although he tried to present himself as schooling the boss, right? Because of course, the Ubermensch, of course he was schooling fucking Cicada bosses, how to be, better for the Department of Homeland Security. This project provides the potential to collaborate with the Department of Homeland Security, as well as academic, public, and private partners to address real-world needs and make our buildings, facilities, and societies safer. Look at that. We're going to be safer. Jin said, if our proposed system is successful, its potential for proactive, real-time responsiveness and situational awareness could change how police and emergency response crews react to terrorist and criminal attacks and emergencies. This is not done. These programs, the surveillance state, is not done to stop fucking petty crime. It's not done to stop, assaults. It's not done, for our real safety. It's done to prepare the state for any revolutionary efforts. That's why it's done. And again, this is what Hasan Piker contributed to. Through this center, we will have access to experiment with crowd management and security procedures on the extensive campus bus system, lecture halls, and dining halls, the campus, movie theater, and concert venues, and other facilities. Yeah, just where people are just commuting, where they're hanging out. We're going to use that against them. Roberts added, what we learn from using Ruggers as a living lab will provide ideas that can be extended to hundreds of thousands of soft targets and crowded places that the new sensor will work to protect. This is what he was helping. This is what he was contributing to on one degree or another. They will deny it. They will downplay it. They will say it's a Zionist attack against him. They will say that it's just haters. Nah, homie, you're working for Cicada that was presently like collaborating with the Department of Homeland Security. Let me see if I can find that clip of Mumia talking about Homeland Security. I'll pull that up shortly. Remind me, chat. Remind me. The new center will also have extensive programs of education and workforce development co-led by Margaret Cousins, a research professor at Rutgers University Cicada Center. Quote, we are excited to be preparing for the next generation Homeland Security workforce. Hasan Piker's gonna be like there saluting them, handing out the fucking welcoming bags and shit like that. According to DHS, each center of excellence is led by the U.S. college or university in partnership with academic institutions. And we talk about how these academic institutions in the State Department are constantly in cahoots. Industry, national laboratories, and other federal funded research and development centers. The ESE research portfolio brings together the best across the nation to ensure the Department of Homeland Security counterterrorism capabilities keep pace with new and emerging threats. Who are the new and emerging threats? Who are the new and emerging threats? And you see how the narrative to try and paint Hasan Piker as a threat to the state, to the establishment, and they all like clamor behind, oh, he got held up at the airport. Oh, he's being targeted by JD Vance, all this bullshit. It's because they want to paint him as, as a legitimate, revolutionary figure. Mind you, he was working for Cicada, that is in cahoots with in collaboration with the Department of Homeland Security, and look what they're building. Look what he helped and bragged about contributing to. And he demonstrated no regret. He demonstrated no regret for that. Robert said Ruggers has worked with the Department of Homeland Security for more than a decade to develop crowd safety solutions to combat targeted attacks, tackling security issues such as human trafficking, airport security, and plans to secure major mass transit hubs, sports stadiums, and other venues nationwide. Again, all excuses to increase the surveillance state. And again, this goes back to 2009. Hasan's only 2 years older than I am. I graduated in high school from 2012. So it lines up. I know he was in Miami or some shit, some party fucking school before transferring to Rutgers. So it lines up. It lines up. This history here lines up. Notable achievements spearheaded by Rutgers' first Department of Homeland Security funded center, Cicada. We should make Cicada and the Homeland, we should make at least Cicada synonymous with Hasan Piker, at the very least. If not Homeland Security, Cicada. Including creating best practices for stadium security that are now used by all major professional sports leagues in the United States, helping the U.S. Coast Guard trap hoax callers, developing new procedures for container inspection at ports in collaboration with the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, preparing crowd simulations to evacuate the world's busiest bus terminals at the Port of Authority in New York and New Jersey, and addressing the key supply chain challenges during the COVID pandemic. Again, these are all maybe side missions, maybe things that they're like, oh yeah, I guess I helped out with that. This is the same fucking bullshit that is given to the surveillance. This is the surveillance state saying, no, we're using it for these purposes to help the supply chain that was challenged during COVID. Yeah, no, we're going to stop fucking hoax callers. We need to wiretap your phones in order to know who's spamming to know who's spamming you. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Get the fuck out of here. It's for counterterrorism purposes. We have the reader of your rights and your privacy to stop the terrorism. All right, bro. All right. People are so falling for this shit, and they're going to use it. They're going to use to excuse Hasan Piker's involvement in this. Damn. Over the past decade, our work has led me behind the scenes to some of America's most iconic sports venues, such as Yankee Stadium, said Roberts. We have developed new approaches to security that safeguards the millions of Americans who flock to our major stadiums and arenas and transportation hubs, hundreds of thousands of soft targets, and crowded places such as schools, places of worship. Okay, all right, Mamdani. And subway stations are still in need of action plans, aren't they? Don't we need to just make sure there's an action plan for these places. We are delighted to have new opportunity to work with the Department of Homeland Security to extend our ideas to protect these locations. Fucking A, man. Fucking A. And again, don't let them pull that shit with you. Don't let them pull that shit with you. Don't let him fucking gaslight you into believing that this shit's okay. That he just was forced to work alongside Cicada. Oh, it was so long ago. It was so long ago. Oh my goodness.
When I was in college, this is more of a confrontation story, but when I was in college, I was working on a program called Cicada with the Department of Homeland Security, the Command Control Interoperability Advanced Center of Advanced Data Analysis.
Wow,
and
you have some fancy-ass titles.
Yeah, I know. It was like a mathematician, like a group of mathematicians, whatever. I'm not going to get too far into it, but I never told my boss, who was also my professor who wanted me to be on the program, that I was actually going to get up and confront kind of him and the team of math professors that are working with the government, that their website sucked, because that was kind of what we were like supposed to be doing. We were doing marketing and communications for that entire program, and I kind of. He was very upset, but I had to like get up, and because he was talking about how like their website's fine, whatever, we need to focus.
And just preempting some of their excuses. Oh, it's just marketing. Yeah, to sell the fucking program, to make it more widespread, to convince people to implement this program on their campuses or at their arenas, locations, whatever, to increase a fucking surveillance state. So you have to preempt their fucking pathetic excuses. Look, I'm thinking about getting like a Tejano and wrapping it in fucking tinfoil. That's what I should have done. And just rocking that shit. Man. It doesn't matter whether he's a Fed. It doesn't matter whether he's like a paid, PSYOP. It doesn't matter if he's like in connections with the state in order to be a limited hangout, to be a sheepdog. It doesn't fucking matter. At the end of the day, his content, that's what we went over Socialism for All's criticism of his bastardization of Lenin's work in order to gaslight and lie to his audience, mislead them into voting for the Democratic Party, specifically a white supremacist war criminal mercenary like Graham Plattner. The reason we went over that is to highlight that regardless of all this shit, I mean, this is just the cherry on top. This confirms a lot of what people have been suspicious about him. Those of us that are actually socialists, communists, and anarchists have been suspicious of this fucking rat lib who became a multimillionaire. We look around and we look at all the revolutionary leaders and spokesperson. How many of them ended up multimillionaires? John Trudell, who was a spokesperson for AIM. The feds, let's say allegedly, right? But we all know, lit his house on fire. And he lost his family there. His wife, pregnant wife at the time, who was also to her own, benefit and to her own, like as an individual, was also a fucking organizer in the indigenous political movement, was also a threat to the state. They burned down his home simply for being the spokesperson for AIM, right? When we look around and see all these figures that were actually a threat to the state, to the establishment, we see how they are treated. We see how they're treated and targeted, not just deplatformed, but incarcerated, fucking smeared through and through, made into patsies. They're set up, all these things, right? Hasan Piker, multimillionaire. Oh, but he got stopped at the airport. Oh my God. Oh, he got kicked out of DNC on the last day. Why did he get kicked out? Oh, for platforming fucking Palestinian compradors that were begging for representation from their genociders. Wow. How brave. How fucking brave. This is an anti-revolutionary. This is a counterinsurgent propagandist through and through. And this is just a cherry on top. Cicada, Homeland Security, Hasan Piker. Makes perfect fucking sense.
Shift our focus to other stuff, and I had to get up and literally be like, no, the website's not fine. And we did end up...
We could do better. Our surveillance state can be better.
Changing it, so that's good. But he wasn't too fond of that.
He wasn't happy about me wanting to improve our surveillance marketing for the security state. Fuck out of here. Homeland Security. Let's see if we can find it. What was it, in the beginning of an album, or what was it? Yeah, Homeland and hip hop. And again, look, Immortal Technique. I understand that the East Coast is a little bit different. I get it, especially when it comes to Puerto Ricanos and the Black community and the usage of the N-word. There's a reason why I didn't include that in my Latinos and the N-word, and I focus on the West Coast with like Lefty and let's include Texas in that mix up with the Mexican OT. And I was gonna include, and I still have the clips. I was gonna include Mortal Technique, and I was gonna include as well as I was gonna say Big Pun, but no. Holy shit, Fat Joe. I was gonna include Fat Joe, and I was just like, look, I lack the understanding of how the East operates, especially with Puerto Ricans, who are often Black themselves, with that weird kind of categorization of like, well, your brand, it could be like fucking siblings, So I was like, let me hold off on that and touch base with people at some point in the East Coast, get a better understanding, and then do it like a 2-part, on that. I hope y'all understand where I'm coming from. Let's go here. Let's get flagged. Let's demonetize this fucking stream. Super chats are turned on. Help the channel out, because I cannot monetize this when I cover shit like this. Super stickers are turned on. Join the Patreon. It all helps the channel out. Lynn Stacks, Leave Tech. Look, we love him. We really do. His music is one of the, in terms of hip hop, if you want to put somebody on to like, hey, like maybe you should start getting a little radicalized, he's a great entry point. Music in general is. Look, there's few brown faces, especially in hip hop, that I think are admirable, if not respectable. Immortal Technique is one of them for sure, but I have to also be like, look, bro, like, make it make sense for me, because I'm not from the East Coast. I don't know how things operate over there.
Homeland and hip-hop. To think about the origins of hip-hop in this culture, and also about Homeland security, is to see that there are, at the very least, 2 worlds in America. One of the well-to-do and another of the struggling. For if ever there was the absence of Homeland security, it is seen in the gritty roots of hip-hop. For the music arises from a...
The audio's out of sync. Like me speaking? Hasan.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, Loki is legit. He did I'm not a fan of Mohammed Hijab, or is that how you say his name? I'm not a fan of his at all, but the conversation that he had with Loki was fucking amazing. And it's chilling how Loki is the Charlie Day meme, connecting all the dots and stuff. But instead of being like fucking paranoid, Loki's like literally low key about it, and he's just like, yeah, it's just follow the money. Just it's there. What are you guys doing? And we're the ones freaking out, like looking at it. So the audios, in terms of me speaking or the song, let me know, y'all. Maybe you have to, yeah, your audio, your video. Usually I could see it, but I'm not. Huh. It's fixed. Refresh. Okay, cool. Awesome. Let me know if it's from my end. Okay, just refresh the stream. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, go ahead and refresh the stream if you have to, y'all. All right, appreciate it. Thank you for letting me know, though, because if it's ever my end, I'll do my best to get to it. All right, let's get back to me.
One of the well-to-do and another of the struggling. For if ever there was the absence of Homeland security, it is seen in the gritty roots of hip-hop. For the music arises from a generation that feels, with some justice, that they have been betrayed by those who came before them, that they are, at best, tolerated in schools, feared on the streets, and almost inevitably destined for the hellholes of prison. They grew up hungry, hated, and unloved. And this is the psychic fuel that generates the anger that seems endemic in much of the music and poetry. One senses very little hope above the personal goals of wealth to climb above the pit of poverty. In the broader society, the opposite is true. For here, more than any other place on earth, wealth is so widespread and so bountiful that what passes for the middle class in America could pass for the upper class in most of the rest of the world. Their very opulence and relative wealth makes them insecure, and Homeland security is
a problem.
Thank you so much for the super chat. Geo. CoinTelPro Hasan has tried to get you, fam. You know what's funny? And Sam Cedar was the one that made me realize what a small space this is. Because again, before I even had like a 1K subscribers, before I probably had like 500, probably less Twitter followers, Sam Cedar fucking started following me. I never followed him back. Fuck that fool through and through. He's a fucking Zionist. He's a liberal Zionist propagandist. Fuck that fool every day. It's for fucking life, homie. It's a fucking vendetta. You fucked up. I'm not one of these fucking white boys that you're used to fucking talking to. Nah, way. Nah. But anywho, it's a small fucking space. So while I don't think they would ever do anything malicious directed my direction, not that they could, for sure they're aware. They're aware because nobody's criticizing them the way I am. Shout out and all credit and respect and fucking salute to FD. Whatever our political disagreements, and they're plenty, was open to constructive criticism. And I was running, I was fucking running my mouth, typing away and shit. But he saw that I was coming from a legitimate place, excuse me. So we'll forever be, grateful for the opportunity to voice my criticism directly. And he knows, and everyone knows that doesn't mean I'm going to fucking not talk my shit. That's not how I roll. I think that, like I said, like, not only is that my love language, but it's also like the way that I think we can all grow and improve. But these people, the Sam Cedars, the Hasan Pikers, the Kalkalinskis, the Vanguard, the Emma Viglins, they're not like that, bro. They're not like that. They grew up affluent. They grew up, in these white spaces where it's all about respectability politics. And so criticism to them is an affront. It's an attack to their being, to their person, when they're all playing fucking characters to begin with. So I don't know why they take it so fucking personal. It's so fucking frustrating. But they are truly, truly fucking sick individuals that we need to start recognizing and categorizing and treating as our enemies. And that's why I'm going to continue pushing this, these are anti-revolutionary propagandists. These are counterinsurgent propagandists. They are the enemy of the working class. They are here to mislead us. They're here to fucking guide us back into the Democratic Party every single fucking time. If a genocide was not a red line for them, if a genocide was insufficient for them to stop supporting the Democratic Party, when they come after you, you think they're going to give a fuck? If they're excusing Grant Planner for his war crimes in Iraq, for his mercenary work in Afghanistan, for his fucking SS Totenkopf white supremacist tattoo, in 10 years, in 10 fucking years, write this shit down. In 10 years, Emma Viglin, Sam Cedar, Hasan Piker, all these fucking bastards, all of them will excuse these fucking so-called American Gestapo ICE agents. Oh, they had to be ICE agents. They needed the bonus because, America, it's so unfair economically. All these fucking class reductionists. A poor fucking war criminal mercenary veteran had to join ICE to put food on the table. It wasn't his fault. There was inflation. It was Trump. Trump did it. Forced their hand. In a fucking decade, if not less, they will fucking endorse, promote, excuse, defend a nice agent. Write that shit down. Cash that fucking check.
It's a governmental phrase that is as oxymoronic as crazy as, say, military intelligence or the U.S. Department of Justice. They're just words that have very little relationship to reality. Now, do you feel safer now? Do you think you will anytime soon? Do you think duct tape and Kleenex and color codes will make you safer? From death row, this is Mumia Abu Jamal.
So yeah, thank you so much for the super chats and the support. I realize sometimes I try my best not to play copyright stuff because it's gonna, and I don't like removing it. I'm like, fuck it, it's part of the stream and I want everyone to be able to see it. But yeah, it's definitely getting demonetized because of that. All right, let me pull up my conversation with millennials. Let me take a little break over here. I know y'all have seen this before, but give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Really doing too much, like what's going on? But I'm like, no, like it starts somewhere. This redefining of words is part of the process. And now you have a lifelong Zionist who, I don't know, am I tripping, or did you see his smile when he started talking about the kibbutzim?
Oh yeah.
Like
No. That was genuine. And honestly, like there's a similar thing within Chomsky in one of his, it's an interview, and people bring it up sometimes of, him actually talking about how his vision of socialism is based on the time that he spent on the kibbutz, right? Yeah.
So one of the people that I'm pretty sure they still have me blocked, the Vanguard, these two white dudes from like the Midwest, they had Marianne Williamson on, and I have the clip, but she starts spewing these lies about the origins of the Zionist entity. And I pushed back afterwards, like, hey, why didn't you like challenge her on this when you had the correct position? And they just start rambling, making excuse after excuse of like, well, I was trying to give the other side, the devil's advocate, that, you can make the argument that it started as a spiritual, a pilgrimage and this and that. And I'm like, yeah, spiritual Zionism is a thing, but it's still a Zionism. And they're like, no, but, and again, I always refer to like Chicanismo and Chicano nationalists as like brown Zionists, the same thing. Aslan is not a physical place, it's a spiritual place. Is the same type of settler colonial myth making. And it got to the point that I kept challenging on them, where I'm like, bro, the kibbutz weren't, because they referenced Chomsky. Chomsky talked about how his anarchist syndicalism was influenced by the kibbutz, this and that, young Jewish people, like, living in co-ops, this and that. And I'm like, is Jamestown a co-op? Everyone was working on it. The wife, the kids, the husbands, they all had work to do in these settler colonial outposts. So is that influencing your socialism? No, of course not. Your anarchism? Of course it isn't. Like, let's stop. These are settler colonial outposts. Look, he's a little off the deep end right now, Max Blumenthal. Maybe he always was, but in his book, Goliath, he does a pretty decent job highlighting how these kibbutz all came to be, usually under the cover of night. Zionists would just run down and, literally, like if they were like, it always reminded me of like gold miners, because I'm out here in California, so we learn a lot about like the people mining gold, that they were rushed to plant the little flags to be like, this is my block, and that's what it reminded me of, the kibbutz. Like in the middle of the night, they would run down and they would start posting things to be like, this is our area now, we just stole a bunch of land. I don't care how they're fucking operating inside of it. I really don't. I don't care how. I kind of do. I would say I kind of do. I'm not gonna lie. I think there is value in learning how they operate for sure. But you got to study the enemy, right? You got to study the enemy. You got to study how these colonizers operate so that we recognize it in the future. We're prepared for it. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like I was like washing my hands and I looked up and I'm like, I look like a straight up fucking vato today, bro. Straight up fucking essay. I'm not one, but I say I fucking surprise myself sometimes. I'm like, holy shit. All right. Let's see. Okay, yes. So that Washington Post article I wanted to go over about the blowback. Sometimes I forget what I title these streams. And we skipped certain stuff. Like yesterday, we skipped over the FBI and NYPD connection. Do me a favor, y'all. Go ahead and hit the like. We got 115 people here, which I appreciate y'all joining. We have 75 likes. Let's try to even that out a little bit. Appreciate it. Let's see here. Did we go over it yesterday? Oh yes, this right here. Activists. Is it The Guardian? Or was it this one? Yeah, this is the one I saw. So just a little read through since I skipped it yesterday. My apologies there. The NYPD confirms involvement in FBI probe targeting volunteer observers in immigration court. It's just, this is a tragic scene, but then you also want to be like, you are the fucking coolest person ever as well. The NYPD confirmed its involvement in an FBI investigation that included surveillance of private signal chat of volunteer court watchers monitoring ICE activity inside New York City immigration courthouse. Because this is highly fucking illegal, apparently. An NYPD spokesperson told the city on Friday that surveillance of the signal chat was part of a broader counterterrorism investigation. Again, counterterrorism is always the excuse used by the surveillance state, by the very same thing that Hasan Piker was working to make better through Cicada and the Homeland Security. There's a through line. There's a signal. Yeah, that's why I tell people, like, they're watching us and listening to us in every sense. And it's unfortunate, and I understand being cautious and OPSEC and all this stuff. I get it. I understand it. But just understand that unless you're fucking even whispering with somebody, like, you better be fucking writing that shit out, little note, passing it, looking at it. Because they're listening at all times. And yes, there's people that are, you know, undercover and whatnot, collaborators, always. So yeah, a broader counterterrorism investigation into a range of possible criminal activities. Utter fucking bullshit. The revelation came in a declassified FBI memo obtained by Property of the People, a nonprofit that seeks national security related documents through Freedom of Information Act requests, and first reported on by The Guardian. Okay, so it was the Guardian article. The memo, later obtained by the city, is a joint situational information report prepared using intelligence collected as part of a shared effort by the FBI and NYPD. So here's the actual article. The intelligence bulletin dated August 28 called volunteer court watchers anarchists, violent extremists, AVE, actors, and cited a sensitive source with excellent access who was part of an encrypted signal chat where activists were coordinating immigration court observations. Ooh, my God. Oh my goodness, can you believe it? They were going to show up to a court and listen and observe. Wow. These just chaotic anarchists just causing trouble. It's always the anarchists. Oh my gosh. Gosh darn it. They're just over here listening in a public court hearing. Can you fucking believe it? We need to stop these. I mean, these people are destroying the fabric of society. We just can't have them around. We need to lock them up because observing is, it's the beginning of the downfall of Western civilization. That's what it is. And if we're not careful with these anarchist, violent extremists, think about the children. Think about your kids. It's like, fucking A, bro. How ridiculous is this? Don't worry. Once we vote in a Democrat, this is all gonna stop. This is all gonna stop. The Guardian's report drew swift condemnation from volunteer court watchers like the New York City Comptroller Brad Lander, who has observed immigration court proceedings multiple times over the past several months and was twice arrested inside 26 Federal Plaza. Oh, so I'm glad we didn't read the fucking Guardian's report. I guess the angle that they took on it was I mean, it's the Guardian, it makes sense. The FBI, in a throwback to the days of J. Edgar Hoover, I hate that narrative. I hate that fucking narrative. Not since COINTELPRO. Shut the fuck up. It's been happening. Why would they stop? Why would they stop? Big Sean, why would they stop? It makes no fucking sense. Oh, no, that was just during the Cold War. Oh, no, the J. Edgar Hoover was the problem. No, no. He set out the blueprint. He built the foundation. Doesn't mean that that wasn't always, the tradition that was continued onward. Man. No, I didn't. David Barnes, was it any good? If you got a timestamp, we could look it up. Is infiltrating and surveilling nonviolent, legal, constitutionally protected political activity, and I have to tell you, I am outraged by it, Lander said at a press conference outside of 26 Federal Plaza Friday morning. The extremists are the ones who are conducting abductions. The folk who are engaged in peaceful, lawful, constitutionally protected activity are all of us and the courthouse watchers in that building. Here's the issue. Glorifying law-abiding methods of observing, because you're just watching the state conduct these kidnappings and pass, these rulings. Once the ruling is passed, like, what can you do, right? And the peaceful, correct manner, the legitimate way of doing things. You're just watching at that point. You're just watching the state disappear people. Brad Lander is a Zionist. Is this the food that was with Mamdani? Yeah. There you go. Yes, he is. He absolutely is a Zionist. And that's who Mamdani's going to endorse, right? David Barnes. I mean, if there's you don't got to do all that, but I'm saying if there's a specific moment, oh, they were talking shit about him until he pulled up. They're such fucking cowards. They're such fucking cowards, bro. It's so fucking embarrassing. The document suggests that surveillance started in late May when ICE first began targeting immigrants for arrest inside New York City's immigration and courthouse, where they had gone for routine hearings in their deportation cases. The memo later says that the person who created the signal chat is known to instruct protest participants to use violence against law. Bullshit. That person would be locked up if that were the case. Get the fuck out of here. The memo describes messages in the chat, including the sensitive source participated in a debrief session held over a signal call within the chat. Discussions within the court watch group chat also included instructions on where to go and what to say in order to gain access to federal courtrooms. Ooh, wow. The memo says immigration courtrooms are typically open to the public except in sensitive proceedings and are located inside of public buildings that are also accessible to members of the public. It's so fucking, like, just so utter bullshit that they spew to to normalize this and vilify. That's why the non-violent shit is like, it doesn't matter whether you're non-violent. Like, a lot of these people that are super no, Gandhi, we have to be non-violent. That's how change works, right? Distorting the history of Martin Luther King Jr., all this shit. It's like, they're just gonna fucking make whatever the fuck you're doing illegal, right? In one form or another. Then what? Then you stop doing that because that's no longer, legal? Well, no, non-violent doesn't necessarily mean that we're obeying the law, this and that. What I'm getting at is they will continue to restrict, and restrain your rights. if you're solely focused on a peaceful, approach. It has to be mixed in with direct action. Again, I'm not calling for adventurism. I denounce and reject adventurism. But this whole worship of, peaceful fucking movements, historically speaking, are not the ones that bring forth change or even compromise. Even compromise. Look at the uprisings, the so-called riots during the Civil War era that made the state, try to lean on Martin Luther King Jr. in order to avoid dealing with the more radical, I was going to say members, but figures of that era. Because he thought they could control him. And credit to him. He realized he was being played. Asked about the bulletin, the NYPD spokesperson confirmed their involvement in the counterterrorism effort while noting they did not create the bulletin. The spokesperson said, the possible criminal activities the police were concerned with include weapons training, violence against law enforcement, property damage and destruction, and discussions about bomb making. And include bomb making. You got to make sure you do, or else it won't be terrorism. The investigation was reviewed by an external civilian representative exercising oversight pursuant to court order. Let's see. In accordance with a law or legal document or resolution, conversations that they were wiretap person to court order. Person. Why am I saying that wrong though? I feel like I'm saying it wrong. Like pertaining, I guess. Pursuant. Oh, like pursuant?
Pursuant.
Thank you to the nerds. Thank you, Saturn, so much. Pursuant. English, baby, English. The civilian review is a reference to the Hanshu Committee created by the 1985 consent decree requiring sign-off on investigations into political activity. Members of the panel include representatives from the NYPD and civilian representatives, currently Attorney Mohammed Faridi. Reached for comment Friday afternoon, Faridi confirmed he had reviewed extensive documentation from the NYPD about the target of the surveillance probe referred to in the memo. There is significant documentary evidence that the NYPD has given to me that makes it clear to me that the individual at issue warrants an inquiry under the Hashu guidelines. So collaborating with the state. Okay, cool. The NYPD needs to immediately explain its role in this, said Donna Lieberman, the executive director of the New York Civil Liberties Union, which litigated Hashu's case. The NYPD must also reject the unacceptable political basis for this kind of investigation. The NYCLU has won landmark cases against the NYPD for spying on New Yorkers for their religious and political beliefs. New Yorkers have the right to know whose interests the department is serving. Hundreds of immigrants have been arrested inside New York City's immigration courthouse since the spring. With more of these types of arrests in New York City than anywhere else in the country. The city report. So I hope a substantial decrease of this once Mondani is sworn in. If that were to happen, I would fucking A. But that it wasn't compensated for somewhere else within New York. Credit where credit's due, right? Where are we? With more of this type of arrest in New York City than anywhere else in the country, the city reported in August the arrest activity has spurred dozens, if not hundreds, of New Yorkers through the network of nonprofit, faith organizations, and grassroots organizing to volunteer to observe the immigration court proceedings, document the arrest, and attempt to connect immigrants and their loved ones with legal and other support. A spokesperson for the FBI said they could not confirm or deny the existence of any intelligence bulletin. We routinely share information to our law enforcement and intelligence community partners, alerting them of potential threats. The spokesperson said, the FBI takes all these threats to public safety seriously, including those posed to law enforcement and public safety officials. Sure. So that was part of yesterday's headline title of the stream that I didn't cover. Again, my apologies. Sometimes I blank out. There is one other thing. Well, we actually need to cover the blowback aspect of it. And I think the Washington Post has an article on it. This is 2 hours ago. We'll go with this. Of course, it's paywalled. It was 2 hours ago, so we'll see if we can find. See if we can find it here real quick. Yes. I wish you could like at the very least send like a thank you to the people that provide these the archives. That'd be nice, right? What was it? I tried to get into it, but it's not really my thing. I was always a Digimon kid. But the whole Pokemon app, where when people allegedly, I don't know how it works, but like, oh yeah, I have an extra one of these, like you could like essentially gamble or whatever to potentially get one of the cards, one of their cards for free or whatever, or some weird shit. I don't know. But after you get the card, you can send like a thank you note or whatever, saying like, hey, thanks for offering up your extra whatever cards or your repeated cards. I always thought that was sweet. I couldn't get into it. I'm not a Pokemon guy. I'm more Digimon by far. But anywho, it's way better. I will argue with anyone about it, but not today. I wish you could do that for people that post stuff in the archives. I'm sure that would be bad for like them maintaining their I always struggle with that word, but being anonymous. But I wish I could be like, hey, thanks for posting this. Thanks for sharing this. I don't know. It's kind of like when somebody lets you in to merge. It's be like, oh, you know, a little wave or a little thank you. You know, that's nice. All right. So let's talk about the blowback over here. DC shooting suspect could not tolerate the violence of his CIA-backed unit in Afghanistan, a childhood friend said. No, but Grand Planner really changed. I mean, there's certain type of change I want to see, you know? The CIA and an Afghan intelligence official said that the shooter had been part of an Afghan partner force known as Zero Unit, trained and supported by the agency in southern province of Kandahar. All right. The Afghan refugee accused of shooting 2 National Guard members in Washington, D.C. fought in the late days of the U.S. war. Hold on. Okay, why is that? Oh, okay, because it's Afghan. Okay, that's what threw me off. The Afghan refugee accused of shooting 2 National Guard members in Washington, D.C. fought in the late days of the U.S. war there as part of a Zero Unit, a paramilitary force that worked with the CIA, according to a person briefed on the investigation and an Afghan intelligence officer familiar with the matter. The unit were known for their brutality and labeled death squads by the human rights group. I wonder if they have death skull tattoos. The suspect, identified by federal officials as Ramanullah Nakaloma Lak Anwal. 29, grew up, I'm sorry, I'll try. Grew up in a village in the eastern province of Konst. A childhood friend who asked to be identified only as Muhammad because he feared Taliban reprisal said that Mr. Lakanwal had suffered from mental health issues and was disturbed by the casualties his unit caused. He would tell me and our friends that their military operations were very tough, their job was very difficult, and they were under a lot of pressure, Muhammad said. The suspect received asylum from the US government in April, according to 3 people with knowledge of the case who were not authorized to speak publicly. Members of the Zero Unit were among the thousands of Afghans relocated to the United States under the Biden administration after the chaotic withdrawal of US troops in August 2021, which allowed the Taliban to retake control of the country. Federal officials said that Mr. Lakanwal was part of that program and had resettled with his family in Washington state. The Biden administration justified bringing that alleged shooter to the United States in September 21 due to his prior work with the US government, including CIA, as a member of the partner force in Kandahar. The CIA director, John Ratcliffe, said in a statement, adding that the accused assailant should never have been allowed to come here. Why not? He was your homie. He was doing the job you wanted done. He was doing what he was told to do. Be a fucking comprador, right? Why shouldn't he get rewarded with asylum? It makes perfect fucking sense for me. He was part of your fucking death squad. Should his reward not be to find safety within the belly of the beast that he served, that he betrayed his fucking countrymen for, his fucking people, his community? Who else deserves to come here other than your fucking puppets, right? Makes perfect sense. Oh, but now you want to cry about it because the way you trained them fucking bit you in the ass? And let's be honest, two? Those are rookie numbers. We need to get them up. All right. The Biden administration, I love quoting Wolf of Wall Street's for no relation to the topic at hand. The Biden administration justified bringing the alleged shooter to we read that. Where are we here? Okay. An Afghan intelligence officer speaking on the condition of, here's the word, anonymity. Anonymity. There we go. Anonymity. Because he wasn't allowed to comment publicly on the issue, confirmed that Mr. Lakwal had served in Kandahar in one of the Zero units, which were formerly part of the Afghan intelligence service. The units had been trained for nighttime raids targeting suspected Taliban members and were accused by human rights groups of widespread killings of civilians. Again, you're out here, whatever criticism we may have of the Taliban, not that it matters or not, because apparently they're getting invited to the fucking White House. Whatever the criticism, or am I mistaking this with the new Syrian leader? Am I racist? I think I'm mistaking him, right? Because this fool was ISIS, not Taliban, right? Who was the fool that was shooting hoops? Syrian, yeah, there you go.
A new video shows
racist,
Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara playing basketball with top U.S. military officials ahead of a historic meeting with President Donald Trump. Syria's foreign minister posted the video yesterday with the caption,
I think we could all safely
"Work
say that the
hard,
worst
play harder." Al-Shara is a controversial figure. The former member of Al-Qaeda, President Ahmed al-Shara. New video shows Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara playing basketball with new video shows Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara playing basketball with top U.S. military officials ahead of a historic.
My bad. The other terrorists that we allegedly did not train. Yes, thank you so much, chat. I was definitely confusing them. Okay, where are we at? Here we go. The intelligence officer said that one of Mr. Lakwal's brothers was a deputy commander of the Zero Unit in Kandahar, which was known as O3. Mohammed, Mr. Lakwal's childhood friend, said he has last seen him a few weeks before the Taliban takeover in 2021 when Mr. Lakwal came to Kans to marry his second wife. He had started smoking weed, Mohammed said, and ended up divorcing his new wife a few days after the wedding. There you go. The marijuana strikes again. I'm telling you, the devil's lettuce will destroy your life. I don't think it was the war crimes. I don't think it was, the mass slaughter of civilians. I think it was the ganja, to be honest with you. I think we need to re-up the war on drugs, because I'm telling you right now, he's going to have CBD, THC in his system. I guarantee it. It is the weed. Sagar and Jetty is correct. It is the marijuana. It is the marijuana. So we're getting. It wasn't the mass slaughter of civilians that got him. It wasn't betraying his people. It was the marijuana. That's the issue here. And I don't think they're wrong. I think we really need to start having a true and honest conversation about a ganja. All right. They were lacing that shit. That's the real problem. Mohammed said, and ended up divorcing his new wife a few days after the wedding. Mohammed recalled that Mr. Lakwal told him, when he saw blood, bodies, and the wounded, he could not tolerate it and put a lot of pressure on his mind. Poor guy. Taliban officials on Thursday denounced the actions of the Zero Unit during the war. Sadiqwala, Qureshi, Baldoon, I know I ruined that one. The provisional official in Nangarhar in eastern Afghanistan accused the group of looting after the chaotic fall of the US-backed government. After that, they fled to the United States in search of a better life. Mr. Baldoon said in a social media post, these traitors still do not let the Afghan people live in peace. It's not wrong about that. The CIA has denied the allegations of brutality among the units. Oh, okay. Bro, why not just start off with that? Just start off with, why the fuck did I read all that? The CIA has denied it. Bro, like, why would they lie? Why would the CIA... First of all, it's an American institution. So please have some respect. Please show some, patriotism and understanding that what they do is for our safety and for the benefit of Americans, just like you and me, right? So I'm sorry that I even read this far. Next time I'm just going to search denied allegations so that we could just get to it. Clearly, it was the marijuana that he was smoking. Okay. It's probably what made him make up all these stories. It made him hallucinate these atrocities that the CIA would never approve and has never approved anything like that in the history of the CIA. Okay, cool. I guess we'll just wrap this up just to see if the CIA has clarified anything else. Awesome. Saying they were the results of Taliban propaganda. I mean, I could have told you that. Clearly. Current and former officials said the units played an important role in the American evacuation of Afghanistan. The units helped both US citizens and Afghan partners flee to the airport and get on flights out of the country. In at least one instance, however, US citizens and immigration services used Human Rights Watch report decrying the units as a reason to deny US citizenship to Afghan soldiers who had worked alongside American forces during the war. They're like, there's some fucking rabid dogs in that crew that we just can't have in here. And then conveniently bring up the report that should have been used, to, at least get some people, CIA officials, to serve some fucking time for war crimes. A correction was made on November 27, 2025. An earlier version of this article misstated the action that US citizens and immigration services took against an Afghan soldier as a result of a Human Rights Watch report. The soldier was denied citizenship, not asylum. Okay. So he was granted asylum, just not citizenship. How do you originally mistake the actions? Yeah, it looks that way. Bring him home. Bring them all home. Bring them here. Next, people from Ukraine that we help train, bring them here. Look, if they have tongue cloth tattoos and they have any related Nazi symbols, according to Emma Vigeland, it's probably because they didn't know any better. So why not bring them over here? What's the worst that can happen? What's the worst that can happen? It's not like after Vietnam, we had a bunch of white supremacist militias forming. And of course, the blowback was, even whatever blowback the state faced, the result was further repression of Black and brown individuals and communities. Man. We all are. For reveal, we all are. So yeah, the DC shooting of y'all. I'm gonna put this in the chat so you guys want to go over this on your own later. We fucking love this fucking Tom Clancy ass fucking stories. I remember I read this, the only time I read like a spy novel, it's called Liberty. Of course it is, right? Which is, it's like 20 fucking million books are gonna pop out. Liberty, spy book, I guess. The spy who kind of liked me, that's funny. No, it wasn't that one. Of course they're all named Liberty though. Oh, how would I maybe images? And I actually remember liking this book. I read it, I think when I was like in middle school. And there's this gnarly ass scene where of course they're trying to stop the Muslim terrorists and from, you know, deploying a bomb in Washington DC, which is like the peak of the book of the story. I remember it had a Statue of Liberty, Liberty statue cover. Yeah, I'm not gonna find it. I remember liking the book, I'm not gonna lie. And that was like in middle school when I read it. And then there's this gnarly scene where you could tell that they wrote this hoping to make it into a fucking movie or something. And yeah, I'm not gonna find it. And there's a scene where, you know, the main dude was a rock climber. And they went out of their way to talk about his rock climbing skills. Want to be fucking Ethan Hunt. And like, sure enough, he he uses his strong fingers to let me make sure I have this here too. To gouge the eye out of the terrorist flying the helicopter. So fucking hardcore. But I was in middle school, so I thought that shit was badass, I'm not gonna lie. Alright. Where are we at? We're at 3:23. Let's do another half hour at least. Did I miss anything from this stream? No, we went over that. There is one that I want to read that I've been wanting to read. I think we'll wrap up with that. Is yeah, we'll just read this because this is somebody that I tried having on earlier. We just haven't been able to line anything up. Where is it? That's a good article I want to read, but not today. If y'all know her or follow her, interesting character as well. We won't go over this. This is low-key kind of disappointing. The one I do want to go over, Bad Faith, it just hasn't been out long enough for me to feel comfortable covering it. Was this one. This one, man.
Turned up to 11.
Ryan Grimm literally is such a fucking weirdo, bro. Ryan Grimm would have been a fucking incel if he was like younger. For sure. Let's see here. Let me just, sometimes it's hard to find Substacks through Google, but let me see it here. Here we go. So here we are. Obama, Hope, Bernie, Boom, AOC, now Mamdani. Will this time be different? With shoot, why am I forgetting how to pronounce her name? Oh, that's why. I don't know why the capitalized letters were throwing me out. Zainab? Why am I? What the fuck? Zainab Day, right? Zainab Day. All right. Let's see here. If you want to read this, this is what, November 8th? Okay, just 20 fucking days late, but all right, we're here. Let's see here. Mamdani's win is exciting. Well, okay, first of all, I'm going to say Zainab. Okay. Ryan Grimm spoke to EI before, so I feel this is nefarious. Like, he knows what he's doing because he's informed. Oh, Electronic Antifada. Oh, he's a total opportunist. He's a total fucking opportunist, and he always aligns with Democratic Party at the end of the day. Yeah, he's a sick fucking individual. I feel sorry for his kids. So fucking such a fucking coward as a role model. Mamdani's win is exciting, but also familiar. I don't speak from the sidelines. I spent a decade as an organizer, and I've watched movements rise, crash, and get repackaged for someone else's gain. As communications director for a brand new Congress, I advised more than 100 insurgent federal Senate and House campaigns across the country for 4 years. During my time there, we helped make leftist populist policies household names. And this is why leftist populism does not fucking work. Our organization pushed to recruit and run non-corporate candidates on platforms that include Abolish ICE, Medicare for All, a living wage, tuition-free college, and exposing APAC, and more. I will say this, the fact that they've abandoned Abolish ICE, all those people like Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez in power, all those, political commentators like Sam Cedar, who were pushing that, well, Abolish ICE is too radical. They're all guilty and contributing to what is currently happening during the Trump administration. ICE kidnapping people off the streets. They're as guilty for contributing to the normalization of ICE's existence by distancing themselves and smearing Abolish ICE. I've sat in rooms, because everyone that was advocating to abolish ICE knew what ICE was going to be used for. We've seen it before. I've sat in rooms where insurgent candidates debate whether to take on the machine. I've watched good people weigh the cost of defying party power brokers, and I've seen how both the DNC and RNC move heaven and earth to maintain their incumbent protection apparatus and seat their handpicked corporate candidates. And like we went over, the Democratic Party does not have any obligation to hold any fucking semblance of democracy, right? All right. Where are we at here? So yes, Zoran Mamdani's win is historic and inspiring. There's vindication in seeing working class movement defeat the machine again, especially knowing that it was built off the backs of those who came before, who dared to challenge the oligarchy. Again, not the biggest fan of like this constant use of oligarchy. Biden's best friend, Bernie Sanders, the lifelong Zionist, and Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez, his protege. The whole fighting the oligarchy tour was just a pathetic way of defanging and removing, capitalism and imperialism out from being the core issues and core concern. But I feel something else just below the surface, grief. Because I've seen this energy before, I've seen firsthand how movements built around personality rather than policy can be co-opted, controlled, and defanged. When movements start orbiting around a person instead of a principle, the energy that should feed organizing gets siphoned into protecting the brand. We saw it with Obama. We saw it with Bernie. We saw it with AOC's name. We saw it when AOC's name became bigger than the mission that made her. Each time, those personalities could be co-opted to the establishment, so the establishment could reclaim the narrative and herd everyone back to the Democratic Party base under the guise of lesser evilism and big tent politics. The issue here that I'm having with this is the fact that their existence or their participation as and identifying as Democrats, regardless of what their politics were or whether they were going to be principled, was always going to sheepdog or inherently sheepdog people back to the Democratic Party. Even if, like, let's say Mamdani upholds every fucking promise that he had there in the campaign, we can celebrate that for New Yorkers and their increased standard of living. The issue is going to be that goodwill is going to go to the Democratic Party. That goodwill is going to continue to build and uphold the promise of National Socialism. That is the concern. So regardless of them, quote unquote, selling out by simply running as Democrats, that's already a given. They're already contributing to the normalization and rehabilitation of the genocidal Democratic Party, which we should oppose. Because believe it or not, genocide is bad. And it should be a fucking red line, but apparently it isn't. Not when it's done to Palestinians. Mamdani's wins breathe a new energy, but only if we keep it that way. Not liking this here. His campaign reminded people that politics is supposed to center on people, not donors. It's about talking, listening, building, and feeding one another's vision and what's possible. His win reminds us that organizing the old-fashioned way still works. His approach focused on real field work and classic canvassing with 50,000 volunteers knocking doors, hosting block parties, and even putting together a scavenger hunt in Astoria that brought out thousands of people. His platform spoke directly to New Yorkers' reality of food insecurity, housing, and transportation. He offered tangible solutions. Look, the scavenger hunt, it's just such a fucking white thing. I'm sorry. I get it. Like, the block party's cool, whatever, depending on how gentrified the community is, to be fair. But the scavenger hunt, like, feel a little too much Pokemon Go to the fucking voting booths. However, I understand the need to kind of make shit fun. I get that aspect of it. Part of me feels like I don't know if we've earned that, to be honest with you. All right. It was so fucking white, let's be honest. Where are we? Yes, Mamdani's campaign strategy holds many lessons for the future of electoral organizing, but we should also look backward so we don't keep repeating the same cycles that have thrown cold water on movements in the past. We've been here before. The excitement around Mamdani's win is warranted, but it's not new. This pattern repeats every few years, usually when Republicans are in power. The left reemerges with revived energy around populist working class messaging. Then once Democrats reclaim the wheel, that energy is steered back towards the same status quo. The pitfalls of liberalism. The pitfalls of liberalism. I mean, come on. Man. That is the point. That is the objective. That is the goal. The economic left policies have always been popular. Living wages, universal health care, ending endless wars, and tuition-free college. They're not radical. They speak to the realities of most voters. Mamdani didn't win because the public suddenly shifted left. He won because voters were finally giving a real choice. The energy right now feels familiar, and that's both thrilling and terrifying because I've watched how quickly it can all be drained. After Biden's win in 2020, I watched colleagues sprint back to neoliberalism like it was muscle memory. I mean, that's a pretty fair description. People I'd built movements with now defending the same centrism we once fought. I also think about some of the people who now criticize Israel only when it would no longer impact their career in the same way, and now that it's more politically acceptable. Now that the presidential election is over, many political pundits are being touted as revolutionaries when they are anything but. And granted, I'm glad to see more people speaking out, but I still hold criticism for their silence prior or even their diminishing of a literal genocide. So they could back Harris, for instance. There's nothing noble about situational and convenient courage. It's opportunism through and through. This is a cycle. Democrats find situational courage whenever Republicans are in charge, only to become empty suits once back in power. They posture as reformers when it's safe, then pivot to pragmatism when accountability would require risk or piss off their big dollar donors. Yes, Saturn, sprint back, they never left. Exactly. And again, this is my concern and issue with a lot of these post-wobbly, pro-populist advocates, organizers, what have you. It still contributes to the illusion. It still contributes to the illusion. And that's why I say it doesn't matter whether you have third parties or not. You need a vanguard party to begin with. And then we can have the conversation of not whether or not how to engage or should we engage with electoral politics within the settler colonial empire. We saw it after Occupy Wall Street, after Abolish ICE, after the teachers' strike that started in West Virginia and spread across the nation. Each time, ordinary people lit a fire for change, and the establishment was there to co-opt it and water down the flames. When we build movements around personalities instead of principles, we make them easier to deflate. Obama's warmongering and corporate welfare, Bernie Biden's a good friend, AOC's capitulation for opportunism. Every time the individual faltered, the movement lost air. The cult of personality in US politics has long been a problem, even for the left. Hero worship feels safe. It's comforting to believe someone else can carry the burden for us. But liberation doesn't scale that way. If our movements hinge on a hero, they die when the hero falters. I'm not comfortable again with post-wobbly populists using like the term liberation, because that's not really what you're like advocating for or fighting for. You're advocating for essentially reform, maybe radical reform, but not revolution. If we're being honest, like just be consistent with your position or your angles. I've watched this happen up close. The Democratic establishment absorbs insurgent momentum, launders its language, and feeds it back to donors as progress. The left's energy becomes someone else's revenue stream. After Bernie 2016, the market for progressive authenticity exploded. Movement builders became marketers. Passion became product. The movement authenticity became profitable. The movement became manageable. Consulting firms like Middle Seat, which I covered in a recent investigation piece, makes tens of millions by giving people like John Fetterman a false veneer of leftism. Hey, yo, Middle Seat, hit me up. Every time a grassroots surge breaks through, the same cast of characters sweep in to grift off the momentum. New PACs appear overnight, promising to channel the energy. Nonprofits with glossy branding absorb attention. Consultants who never knocked on a single door become indispensable. Centrist, them, loyal pundits suddenly start quoting Che Guevara and Fred Hampton. Okay. I haven't really seen centrist Dems quote Che or Fred Hampton, to be honest, but all right. I mean, the pedo Vosh would always talk about Fred Hampton being like the reason why he went to the left. Well, he was anti-black as hell, so I thought that happened. And as for Che, I mean, Hasan Piker was saying, I have a portrait of Che next to Bernie Sanders. So there's that. It feels like a shift in the zeitgeist. But as soon as the next election cycle rolls around, they'll be telling you to vote for the next Joe Biden or Kamala Harris because at least it's not Trump. The bar is in hell, and they will always choose their own comfort over meaningful change. Accurate. Who's this though? Who said that? Who is she quoting? I watched candidates we once believed in drift right the moment power came calling. It's the same story every time. Movements become markets and authenticity becomes a brand. When I spoke up, I was told to be quiet, to trust the process, to stop dividing the movement. But there's nothing notable about situational courage that only shows up when it's safe. It gets a little repetitive, I'm not gonna lie. It's a little like rewording of the same message. Every era has its version of this cycle. Abolish ICE faded into the task forces. Occupy Wall Street was absorbed into innovation hubs. The anti-war marches of 2000s dissolved into think tank statements. Medicare for all morphed into Democrats fighting for corporate subsidies. The pattern repeats. People organize from pain and real struggle. Power concedes just enough to pacify and keep their seats. The consultants cash in. The movement forgets why it began. Although I will say, if she's trying to, yeah, this is Zainab's. I remember hearing it differently though. Let me see. Yeah, this is her writing. This is the first time I read, I think, her article maybe. But here's what I will say: if it was done on purpose, what's their last name? Day. I want to see her. I want to hear how they say her name. It's 4 years ago, 1 month ago.
Someone pointed out in the chat. Hello.
Hello.
How is everybody? Lila is on vacation, and as somebody pointed out in the chat, what a job. She guest host.
Lila hard.
Pat is right. As you can see, is Zainab Day, amazing journalist. Anyway, guest hosting, as you can see, is Zainab Day, amazing journalist.
Zainab. Yeah, she does some solid work in Status Food. It's phonetic. Zainab. Okay. If she's doing this cycle thing, repeating that's cool. If it was done on purpose, I like that. It really does send the message home. But I'm not sure if it was done on purpose, but it does come off a little bit repetitive. But I would love if it was revealed that like that was the point. Just keep in mind for Status Quo, one of the reasons why I stopped really engaging with their work was what's his name? Sheridan? I forget his first name. Sheridan. Shoot, I'm blanking out on his first name. His wife is Israeli, from what I recall. So his position on the Zionist entity was always a little kind of obscure to me, which once he revealed that, or once I found out, I was like, oh, it kind of makes sense why he's always been a little like not even inconsistent, like just timid about voicing is like being a vocal anti-Zionist. Yeah, I guess we'll just wrap this up here. And yet here's the vindication. People keep rising again anyway. That's what keeps me writing, even though I'm bone tired and blacklisted. It's the same motivation that keeps workers, tenants, teachers, and neighbors who build every uprising before still here. They're older now, maybe more guarded, but they remember. If there's hope in this moment, it's combining the memory and lessons of what's come before with the gumption, and courage of our youth. This time it can be different. Oh man. I didn't think it was going to take this approach. If Zorhan Mamdani's win is going to mean something, it can't just be another spike on the graph of forgotten uprisings. How do you claim a Democratic win in New York City as an uprising? I'm sorry, how? We don't need another movement that burns bright for a year and gets folded into someone's campaign messaging. We need endurance. I've said it for the last decade that Generation Z would become the largest voting bloc in the country. I told every candidate I advised to pay attention. New energy was coming. Mamdani's race proved it. His strongest base of support came from Gen Z, voters who are organizing, voting, and demanding more than incrementalism. I mean, that's what they're fucking signing up for, though. I'm inspired by the youth, but also worry about those who are new to politics, stepping into the same cycle that have dampened movements in the past. old head organizers like me share these lessons we've learned in hope of not repeating them. There's nothing wrong with celebrating the hope that Mamdani wins brings. There is. What are you fucking celebrating? That's the fucking question, though. There is a problem. It is a problem. You're celebrating a false fucking victory. You're celebrating somebody who's going to collaborate with Zionists. You're celebrating somebody who's been proactively during his campaign walking back his accurate criticism of the NYPD, who was about to try and weasel out, fucking maneuver his way, backtracking of calling Donald Trump a fascist. And Donald Trump saved him. He's like, it's okay, you just do it. And what did he do? Oh, yes, he's a fascist. Yes, I still think he's a fascist. Even after being given permission, he whimpers. Jeez. I mean, at that point, celebrate Jessica Tisch remaining as the NYPD commissioner, right? Because she's gonna bring down all the fucking what was the excuse? Corruption in the NYPD. Yeah, let's cheer for that. There's nothing wrong with celebrating the hope that Mamdani's win brings, but be wary of repeating the cycles of hero worship. Accountability is key to lasting success in real policy change. The work doesn't end at the ballot box. What comes after is accountability, and that's where the movements thrive or go the way of the dodo. I always wanted to pet a dodo bird. Anywho, there's no way of holding Zoran Mamdani or Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez or any of these like big DSA figureheads accountable. There just isn't. The DSA needs them more than, they need the DSA, especially after winning. We've seen what happens when we pin our hopes on reforming the Democratic Party from the inside. What the fuck? This is what they're... Wait, hold on. This is what Mamdani... What? I'm sorry. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to bring people back to the Democratic Party by reforming it from the inside and demonstrating that, yes, you could be a successful democratic socialist within the Democratic Party. Damn. That's a great... And Walker, that is great. Yes. Ice Age is the one, and a lot of... Most, brown families have multiple of these, but our go-to movie to watch in Spanish was Ice Age. Yeah, that shit was great. I mean, but Ray Romano as the Mammoth was also solid, but yeah, we watched it in Spanish. I heard Shrek is also pretty good in Spanish. Instead of like, do you know the Muffin Man? He goes, "Conoces a Pimpón?" Which is hilarious. All right. Where are we? It's a failed experiment that's cost us time, energy, and sometimes even the movements themselves. We can celebrate Mamdani's win and still keep pushing for independent and third-party candidates. Bro, this is like the PSL like bragging about Mamdani's win. How? He's a Democrat. Continue organizing on the ground for boycott strikes and worker movements. This may not be new, but maybe this can... How do you write an article that is basically saying, let's fall for it again? Like, let's proactively work to win the Fell For It Again award. How? From the top, we've seen what happens when we pin our hopes on reforming the Democratic Party from the inside. It's a failed experiment that's cost us time, energy, and sometimes even the movements themselves. I mean, AOC was selling the movement for the fucking oversight committee seat. We can celebrate Mamdani's win and still keep pushing for independent and third-party candidates. Continue organizing on the ground for boycotts, strikes, and worker movements. This may not be new, but maybe this time it can be different. Oh, fucking Charlie Brown and fucking Lucy in the fucking football. Okay. I mean, hey, it was just Thanksgiving, so it makes sense. Like my slogan from Brand New Congress said, we don't need heroes, we need bullhorns. Policy over party, people over politics. That's how we stop losing what we win. What the fuck did we win? What the fuck did we win? I was not... Look, I'm not. I was not expecting this, and I wasn't expecting, the bar article that we read last time. That's the bar has been set way too high, way too high. But wow, this was grossly disappointing. Wow. Man, who listens to church music when they fall asleep? Did he say that he listens to church music sometimes when he falls asleep? So inclined. Me? I said I have a hardcore Christian playlist, or had one. But not when I fall asleep. Every time I hear fucking, and look, this who fucking performed in the Zionist entity. He also performed for Palestinians, but I don't like that two-side bullshit. But I'm forced to separate the art from the artist. As soon as I hear Hallelujah by Cohen, I'm singing that shit. He has so many good fucking tracks. Leonard Cohen. Yeah, his version is so far superior from Buckley's. Like, it's not even a fucking I honestly, whenever anyone like puts the Buckley version, like I'm like, oh, okay, like you just your own culture. Like, I understand. You like sweet sounds and you don't actually want fucking some semblance of fucking humanity coming through. 30BO, this time will be different. Will it be different this time? Yeah, that should have been the title of the article. Interesting, she perpetuates the cycle while talking about the cycle. Exactly 9242. Sisyphant task. I love that. David Barnes is the PSL eating up the Zoran win as good proof that he successfully sold it to the masses, just like 08 Obama all over again. Though they're saying that there's hope, like his win represents that there's hope and want for change, which I don't think works because he ran as a Democrat, so you can't really make that claim. Saturn, it's funny too, this word movement, the movement this, the movement that. Notice is never organization, like durable organizations that build and exert power. Yeah, true. I grew up on the Spanish Shrek and I was shocked how mid the English one was later on. Look, I don't know, I can't co-sign that because Eddie Murphy is just so fucking great in that. So fucking great. And look, I love Eugenio Derbez. I grew up watching Derecho y Derbez. I grew up watching XH Derbez, La Familia Peluche, all that stuff. Love it. But I think just Shrek gives it the edge for me in English. I do love that Antonio Banderas does both the English and Spanish version of Puss in Boots, but that's about it. I will say Zach Galifianakis as Humpty Dumpty was awesome casting. I haven't seen the second one though. I hear it's good and it's like a good portrayal of anxiety or something like that. Yeah, like, man, when I get more comfortable, I'm gonna do a little karaoke for y'all. The review, I was raised Catholic. I'm biased to Doomer songs. Oh yeah, man, that shit, like, the more fucking guilt and despair that it fucking brings forth, the happier I am for reals. I'm like, yes, I don't deserve anything. I am the problem of all things in this world. I was born a sinner, and this is why my life is the way it is. Tell me more. All right, y'all. Please hit the like. Please hit the notification bell. Thank y'all for the super chats and the support. Patreon is on and active if you want to help the channel out in that way. All the Patreon supporters, I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna grab a quick bite and work more on the Grand Platinum video. I got some good energy going. Probably the cold brew. But this is a good stream. You know, good time to shout out Socialism for All. If you haven't already checked out their work, please watch, you know, listen to their audio of theory if you need a little assistance there. Or watch this kind of like pretty principled takedown of people like the pedo Vash, the, you know, anti-revolutionary propagandist Hasan Piker, as well as KKK Cal Kalinske. Just check out their work, solid work over there. I thought we are gonna end on a positive note with Dave's article here, but unfortunately, as Toribio, I think it was Toribio mentioned, like the real name of the article should have been "This time will be different." Will it be different this time? It's a more accurate title. I appreciate y'all. Hit the notification bell to know when I go live. That's Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Again, appreciate all the Patreon supporters. Thank you so much. All of you getting busy in the chat, I see you and I appreciate you. Whether there's a deculturation live, or the Twitch chat, I'm gonna work on making it one giant chat. But again, thank y'all so much. As John Trudell said, it pays to be paranoid. As Glenn Ford said, organize with eyes wide open. Ya estuvo.